What is up, everybody? I have absolutely no idea what we're doing today because I am so behind on everything, but apparently I'm in the middle of a stage. So yeah, real quick, we got some people in Discord that wanted to get votes for who's the most popular Lostbelt king, so there's a straw poll right there for all the Lostbelt kings. I'm obviously voting for Zeus, so... Okay, apparently we're about to blow up Gil, by the way. Why am I not using Fionn right now? That would make more sense. Anyway, oh, you know what? I think I'm about to level. I think that's what's going on here. About to get way more AP than we're ever going to use. Anyway, but, let's see. So yeah, this stage, like I was saying in chat, is totally designed for Vertra. Like, the last enemy's divine, they're archers. Having like battery is really good because it's kind of hard to loop because the you know, the enemies are kind of awkward numbers, right? You know, I really should be playing my newbie account because it'd actually be kind of funny seeing it trying to farm. And then we need to get it ready for Lostbelt 5 anyway, but we'll see. Might mess around with some, you know, let's do Vertra versus Tesla, because I think she's gonna, like, lose horribly. Oh, look, my team cost went up. I actually wish it wouldn't, but what are you gonna do? Let me get some music going here. Okay. Yeah, happy holidays and all that shenanigans. I mean, I have so many accounts, I couldn't even tell you how many boxes I've opened, because, like, this account does this many, that account does that many, I have no idea. I'm just going with the flow right now, although I haven't even really touched FGO today, because, I'm really busy with real life stuff, but, finally got some time here. Alright, let's go use Vertra against Tesla and watch the horror show. I should try a Fionn setup, though, for that stage. I want to see how that works. Should be fine. Because it's so easy to have a caster Artoria, like everyone that's got the event CD is got on caster Artoria, so Fionn setup will probably be pretty good. I will try that in a minute. Alright, that is not Tesla. I know he's one of these nodes. There we go. Okay. Does anybody think she's got this? Because I don't think she's got this. So if we could face tank an NP, that would be good. So I kind of feel like the heal is what we want. So we do have Guts, and Guts works on Pierce and Vulnerability. I don't... Well, if I have Guts proc on the final turn, I might be able to cast it again. I don't think that's going to work, though. Because he just keeps Pierce and Vulnerability, and he'll just have normal attacking next turn. So I couldn't, like... I need a turn from, like... Okay, we'll just do default and try to face tank this one. She is dead, we'll see. Maybe she gets lucky and he never fast charges. Oh, let me just my volume. Alright, let's see if that's better. Oh, alright. We need to win really fast. I'm not doing the art chain because I'm hoping I'll get my MP anyway, and now I'm not gonna get my MP. Fuck. Well, I tried. Do I use her second skill? I mean, I don't have 2 art cards, so I'm gonna say no. Yeah, VR Mash is really good. I gotta just the volume again. Like that. There, Juno. I guess I want to not break here. I want to have him in P and not hit Pierce Invulnerability yet, then break and try to just like win right there. I think that's the plan. All these festive emotes though. That was pretty lucky. Okay. So I need to not break this turn. I need to get super close to breaking though. What do I guess I shouldn't even impede earlier, I'm not sure. Guess I just do that. Do I NP again just to do the debuffs? I think I do. Don't stun me. Don't you fucking stun me. I never land the stun when okay. He guarded it, how about that? So actually, he did land the stun. This magic resist fail out. Like I never get to land that when I use Tesla, man. I think I should not have used the art up because we could have broken this turn anyway, and now I'm not gonna have the art up for the next health bar. So yeah, I'll run on this. I think she might be able to beat this. If you like really min-max and get lucky. Maybe the skill seal will stop him from casting Pierce Invulnerability, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's it's not one of his 3 actions. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. I like how he quick charged. I think we can beat this. I do. I think you just gotta not use her first skill until like right now. Or last turn. Because if we had more damage here, we might be able to just win before we die. Yeah, she can do this. And Guts is really good here, so. We might not win this time, but no, we might. We still have Guts next turn. I think we actually do win. Because he didn't quick charge. If he had quick charge, there would be screwed, but we had skill seal. Yeah, I think we got this. Like our resist down is good or something. I'm doing slow-mo in case we win. Oh yes, really, that's a big part of why she's good here is just because of the skill seal. If we're keeping that up all the time, he can't quick charge, and that's like what really ruins you, is he just quick charges a lot. Even if this doesn't kill, we're fine. Okay, got it. Woo, okay, GG, not bad. Alright, let's go try Fionn against that farming stage real quick. I wanna mess around with that and try to bring as many events to ease as possible, and still have to bring Ku because I gotta get that bond up. I'm truly surprised that they actually animated the dragon thing, so that gives me hope that they'll maybe do more of that in the future. There we go. Okay, so I'm getting there. We're almost bond 14, and that's the last one. When you get bond 14, you only got one more to go. So. chat, at the end of 2.0, do you think they're gonna do anything with Bond 11 to 15? I'm not so sure. I really feel like, I've always said this, if they ever did anything with it, I think they would do it like this. That, like, let's say it was a damage thing, like in Solomon again. It would mostly cap at Bond 10, right? And then you get massive diminishing returns from 11 to 15. Like, you'd be getting a lot per rank up till 10, and then you get like almost nothing. That's probably the reasonable way to do it, really. But out of pride, gotta get Ku up there. He's literally the only servant I'm gonna care about that on. Like, everyone else is just like, fuck it. Oh, yeah, I haven't done that exposition match thingy yet. Just gives a summon ticket though, so kind of whatever. Okay, let's see. Oh, actually is someone with Scatty, that's rare. Okay, what do we use here? Who do I need Bond with more? Mori or Canis? I think Canis. Yeah, okay. Well, I might be able to bring both. See, that's the nice thing about Ku. If you're trying to get Ku Bond, he's just a 3-star, right? So the team cost isn't like a problem. So I'm actively pissed about this. So I have not played my regular ult account much in this event. I have just really not played it much at all. And it's gotten 2 CE drops. And then the newbie account, I've played a chunk, but still definitely not as much as my main. And it's gotten 2 CE drops. And then NA, which I have barely touched, has gotten 3 CE drops. And then this account, my fucking main, which I have played more than all of the other accounts, hasn't gotten any. And I'm just like, okay, that's great. And it'd actually be nice to get some, because it becomes easier to farm, you know, if you can bring it and like limit break it, because it's more starting in P, right? It's like a whole shtick. But yeah, no, it's not letting me do that. Okay, so we're gonna have to have 1 CE that's not. Probably on Fionn then. Let's see. I'm not sure we're gonna need any kind of art up shenanigans. I think I can make this work even without like a special CE. Could always do K-scope. I don't, okay, no I can't. I'm thinking we do, okay, hold on. Rip Mori. You could probably do this without Ku at all. Like you could probably just use Fionn as the DPS, I would think. If I have the team cost, I actually could bring like Hohenheim. I kind of want to try that. Let's see if that works. It's less Bond for Ku, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Where the hell is Hohenheim? Fuck. Ku, why can't you be a you know, 2-star, right? Although that would not be worth. But fuck, that's annoying. Let me think. Can always do the Sakura CE. I just want to see if this will work. See what happens. Yeah, I think we'll have to do the Sakura CE. Alright, let's see what happens here. If the thing that I see not working here is the second guy. That's actually where Ku's fine. Because Ku could blow up the second guy. It's probably better. Doesn't the second guy have like 200,000 health or something? Or 150 or some crap? Yeah, maybe no Hohenheim then. That's really disappointing, but okay. Back to MASH. One of these days, I'll remember where MASH is. Do I do that? I'm not sure I do that. I don't think he needs it. Alright, let's see what happens. I like how my ult account already has MP4 Fionn, and then like, this account took forever. And I actually had to roll on a raid up to get him on this account. This must be really easy for people that have Lance or Melt, because she's an event servant, so that must make it pretty easy. Oh, we're in slow-mo. He probably doesn't need his art up, I would think. Let's find out. This is actually one of the only times I've used Gas Territoria for farming. I don't normally bother. I don't do art teams much, I really don't, even for farming. Like, I normally just stick to Edmund or Arash Spartacus or, you know, those kind of things, so. Okay, he's at 98%, that's fine, because waiver. Yeah, I think this works. Because, you know, Fionn has his own battery. Because, you know, he needed that. Pretty sure this would work even if Fionn didn't have his own battery. Might not be as consistent, though. Let's see, we have an excess of 40 battery. That's quite a bit of excess there. But we also got the quick art last turn, so if we didn't get something like that, you would need his own battery. But you wouldn't always need his own battery, so that's kind of funny. The question is, though, can he do enough damage here? Damn. Should've grailed him, chat. I should've fucking grailed him. Should be NP5 and grailed. I feel like more times than not, though, you'd have enough coup or Fionn cards that you'll be able to 3-turn still, but not quite as good as it could be. But yeah, Fionn works pretty good. It's not bad. And there's a lot, and like, coup could be replaced with a lot of things, and if you had like a Lancer that had some kind of support, that would be better. Obviously, I wouldn't do that though because I want the coup bond, but let me think. Are there any Lancers that would... I guess there's Lantoria, but she's AoE, that's not the best. Yeah, Summer U would be fine. Although yeah, that'd be fine. If you had her, like, her skills upgraded, that would be fine. I would think. All she's got to be able to do is NP the, you know, kill the middle guy. Yeah, there's Jerker too. Yeah, there's a decent amount of things you just need to be able to one-shot the middle guy, and if you buff Fionn even just a little bit, he would one-shot at the end there. Now, if you had a lower MP rank Fionn, then you would really want to do that. Like, you would really, really want to do that. Where, but, you know, I'm going to use coup just cause, so that, you know, that I don't get that. But, let me do this one more time to make sure, it works. But yeah, it's fine. I guess you could also use Valkyrie Scatty. That would still work just fine here, I think. You would have to have your own, you know, Scatty or Waver, though, I'm pretty sure. Dude, I put coup in so many farming cups, you don't understand. Like, if it'll work, I'll do it because I want the bond, and then if I can't make him work, I still put him in the back. But honestly, it's not even a meme, like, that's a lot of gifted subs, what the hell? Good God, thank you, Zeric. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, shit, dude. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like, there's a lot of stages where you only fight one enemy per wave and crap like that, so single target is generally better there. And because I have K-Scope and Waver and not Merlin, well actually I do have Merlin, but you know, Scatty and stuff, you know, getting his NP is not hard. And then, but Ku is actually one of my hardest hitting units in my roster because he's single target, quick, upgraded, and I've made his stats ludicrous, and he has his own attack buff. So in terms of like single target, just nuking one thing, and if you can get his NP, you don't need a battery, he does great. And then like Billy's my other option, right? Because he also is 2k foed and single target quick, upgraded, and all these things, and he has a battery, so I actually use them a lot for like these new age farming stages, right? Because they've got a lot of those now. But Jesus, yeah, thank you for those 10 subs, man. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to think, what would you do if you didn't have Waver? Let me think. I guess you could do Mash or Shakespeare or Asclepius, stuff like that, or any, you know, one else you happen to have that would be better than that, or Hohenheim. But you might not 3-turn at that point. You would have to get lucky and get Fionn cards on like turn 2. Yeah, if you had Helena, that might be alright. But yeah, you would be more reliant on getting... I'll pay attention to the battery on this one, and we'll kind of see. Am I forgetting to do something? I feel like I'm forgetting to do something. Jesus, and MFJ with the gifted subs. Anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I would just like to remind everyone, just because it's the holidays, you do not need to gift me anything. I'm Scrooge anyway. Like, go give gifts to somebody else. I'm good, right? Thanks, Blue Note, though. It's all scams here. It's all scams here. Scam train. Alright, so let's say you can only get 20%, and then with Fionn's battery, you're at 80. So yeah, you're kind of at the mercy of RNG a bit there. If you only had Mash or Shakespeare or Helena, someone like or Aussie, someone like that. If you didn't have more than 20%, you would need to get either more refund at the start. I guess you could cast Castoria's stuff at turn 1 and instantly switch in Hohenheim. That way you get the NP gain. I kind of want to try that just to see if it works. Just out of curiosity. I'll do that here in a second. Because I would like to know if that works. I feel like I forgot to do something. But, because now I have to put this on Ku, and that's not ideal. Hohenheim does not get as much value though because you're only hitting 2 targets at the start. This is where Ku having no batteries is kind of catching up to me here. I guess I should have used Fionn's art up at the start, or even the attack up, just so you would get more refund. Not meta, by the way. Gotta fix this. Yeah, you gotta buff Ku to give him a battery, obviously. 34 turn right now. Oh yeah, if you use Hohenheim though, then Ku's not gonna get his NP. The Waver is so much better than Hohenheim. It's almost like Waver is really good or something. Because, you know, cause you could do a similar setup to this, but it's more quick, and he still works, right? Like, he's not specific to, you know, one type or the other, which is really good. And like, Scatty is great and everything, but she only helps the one unit, right? Where Waver does the 50% and then a little bit on the side for somebody else. Yeah, this kind of setup, unless you switched Ku out for somebody better, you would pretty much have to use, you'd have to use Waver or another Castoria. You might be able to make Scatty work, but I don't think so. Let's see. I guess the other thing you could do would be Hans, like you switch him in on turn 1, but I don't think that would. I don't think that would work. All right, let me try one more thing, and we're gonna, I guess, use. We might use his art up at the start. That way, he gets more refund. Yeah, if you don't have good options with Lancers and Berserkers, this stage might be a problem. But I think Berserkers can really help, though. There's a lot of Berserkers for this stage that would be very useful. Because a lot of Berserkers will have battery and things like that. Like Pinth! Dude, Pinth would make this, instead of Ku, switch Ku out for Pinth. That's much better, because Pinth will get her NP in time much easier, because she gets the 20% per turn. And she would give Fionn or Valkyrie, whatever you're using, an attack up, right? The Buster up won't do you any good. But like that's still pretty solid, right? And then you've got Kentucky, obviously. Kentucky would make it, you know, that makes it really easy, because then your back row could probably be Hohenheim. Yeah, I like stages like this. I really like the ones that are 1-1-1 or 1-1-2 or crap like that. Like just, or 3-1-1. Like 3-1-1's actually really fun. But yeah, I enjoy the variety and stuff. Like it's okay if you don't 3-turn. Like seriously, sometimes you do, you know, like okay, we'll do like normal card damage for this one. You know, I got all my crits, my crit skills and stuff. And then we'll do my MPs for the last two. Things like that. That's like, it's fine. Like I bet you a lot of people do crits and stuff on like these two guys, and then NP the last guys. Okay, so using his art up here means we have less damage for Gil. Maybe for lotteries, I would say 3-turning doesn't always matter. Not everyone's trying to throw, you know, 30,000 apples at the screen. Like 4 or 5 turning is not a big deal. It really isn't. Like, most people are not going to play that much. Like they're just not. Yeah, Ku is definitely hurting me right now. I should really bring somebody that has some kind of battery like him, just because yeah, it's slowing down my I'm having to use Waver on Ku, which you don't want to have to do that. 98%. Okay. Maybe I just put Ku in the back and then put Hint in or something like that. Oh, there's also Gareth. I wonder if Gareth does enough damage. Because Gareth has a battery. Oh yeah, Scath's really good. I actually do have Scath, but team cost issues on that one. Should have Buster first, so I don't need the NP gain. And we lost damage, so doing damage there would have made it better. We're getting worse! Yeah, Ku's making this inconsistent. That's unfortunate. I mean, honestly, single target units in farming have been pretty common for a while now, just because most events have at least one stage that's got some single target elements to it. And like Requiem was like, they had a lot of single target stuff going on in that one. Alright, let's see if we can make this better. Okay, so Ku has to be on the team. Like if I'm going to use him or not, Ku has to be on the team. Like, I gotta get that on. Let's see. So what would be the options here? So Pinth is fine. Maybe not the best ever, but Pinth is fine. Jerker is fine. I wonder if Gareth would work, just because it's kind of cool. and it's also lower team cost. I feel like she wouldn't have maybe quite enough damage. I kind of want to try it just to see, because everyone has Gareth, right? And so it's like it's a nice kind of universal option. Let's give Gareth a go and see what happens. Do I have the team cost to put in Canis back in? Because Gareth is cheap. Oh wait, what am I thinking? She's way up here. Grails, by the way. Yes, okay. Also, we could do K-Scope now on Fionn. Would that be worth it if we did K-Scope? I mean, that's way less budget friendly, but I'm not being that budget right now. That's not really the idea, but because yeah, you could then use a lot of Castoria's stuff after he NPs. If he has enough damage to kill like that, then it's probably fine. Dude, I would not feel bad if you don't open that many lotteries. It doesn't matter. People act like it's the most important thing in the game. It's not. Like, have fun in the game. That's the most important thing. If there's like that one unit you really want to get up, and the lottery has what you need, you know, get what you need from it and then get them up, sure. But you don't need to like, oh my god, I gotta open 300 boxes so I never have to farm skill gems again. Like, you don't really have to do that. Like, it's okay. Like, relax. No big deal. Well, Gareth will definitely have an easy time doing her shtick here in terms of getting her NP. Like, jeez. Because yeah, Waver just gives her the 20%, and that would be good too if you were using someone like Helena or Ozzy as well. I think that means you don't need to use Fionn's third skill. If Gareth can one-shot, then yeah, Gareth is pretty good for this. So yeah, even if Fionn got no cards here, you could still get his NP. Because he's got that battery. Alright, the real question is, does she have the damage? Bonk him! Uh-oh. You might want to use someone else if you're pushing it like that. That's tough. Like, you know, killed, but that didn't look like it'd be the most consistent, Just give her Grails. Yeah, if you have a Grailed Gareth, then yes, it would be very good. Like I said, if you had someone that could boost Fionn's damage, that would be really good, because that would help in this part. And especially if, man, you have someone like NP Gain for the team or something. Oh! How about that? I just had to stream. There we go. Took me a minute to get one of those, but feels good. Hell yeah, dude. Getting worried there. Alright, let's see if we can make Penth work, because I really do think something like Penth or Jerker would be super good. And then maybe we do a quick setup after this one, like maybe Valkyrie or something. Try that out. Let's see. Probably can't bring Canis if I do Penth, I would think. Yeah. Boo! So I guess the dream is you want to make a setup that works like that. Let me think. Let's see how. If I had it limit breaking, it'd be no problem. But it not being limit breaking, that might be a bit of a problem. Let me think here. We need more refund. Yeah, see, that's where having Scath would really help. I'll just stick with this for now, but yeah, I'll mess around with that in a minute. If I can get all CEs, you know, that would be really good. I mean, you could obviously do it that way, and you would just like build up your NP like the first couple turns without casting all your buffs, and then go to the 3-turn, right? So like that'd be AP efficient, and it wouldn't be that much slower. So that wouldn't be bad. Who's better for this Valak per body? It probably like depending on like if you're needing more NP gain or more damage, it might depend. I would say Valkyrie normally, just because for farming strictly, Valkyrie's better. If you're doing scatty stuff. If you're not doing scatty stuff, then probably per body. Oh, per body's an event servant. Okay, probably per body then. They probably both work, I would think. But yeah, it kind of depends on the way you're going about this. Yeah, Pin is pretty nice here, though. I guess you do the attack up just for more overkill. I'm trying to think though what you could do if hey D-Fang, what's up, man? Thank you for the raid. But I'm trying to think what you could do if Fionn started off with less NP. I guess there's you again. Although then she would have problems getting her NP. I feel like I forgot to cast something. Yeah, Pent actually got more than she needed, but I mean, it's not really that RNG dependent D-Fang, because the way the third slot works, you know, you can bring any manner of ways to have sure hit or pierce them on ability, and then even if you don't bring one of those things, which is obviously incentivized, but or if you don't use Billy the Kid or whatever, you generally will have enough value that you can weather some bad turns, because your third slot is just so strong there. Achilles demon, yeah. Well, Pins is probably the most effective, I would say. That removes a lot of RNG. Actually, there's no RNG now, so... So I really like Calamity Jane for the third slot, because she gives 3-turn pierce and vulnerability, and an evade, and, you know, 30% battery, and all that good stuff. Imagine having a Grailed Calamity Jane that could one-shot that demon, right? Like, if she was level 100, NP5, 2k foe, because then she could one-shot the demon, and then she could give your other DPS some battery, and stuff like that. Alright, maybe let's switch to quick, just cause I'm not worried about being actually efficient, it's more about fooling about, you know? Oh yeah, I need to clear this thing too, I forgot about that. Need that lore, man. Hey Zerp, what's up, man? Thank you for the resub. 4 months. Wait, didn't you literally just resub the other day, didn't you? Like, I'm almost positive you resubbed for 3 months, like, just a couple days ago. I am confused right now. Is time getting away from me? And Beastly, every month get to sub twice. Yep, thanks, Beastly as well. All right, let's do a quick team though. I want to check that out. Now, I will say, if you have an art team that works, you probably should do an art team, just because Castoria is so common on support lists, where if you try to do something with Scatty, it's probably going to be a pain in the ass, unless like your friend or something has it. Like that you can actually ask to, you know, log in. But yeah, Billy the Kid, man, really good for the challenge quest. He can solo it without using the third slot. Like for an OP support. What I normally try to do when I'm farming a not event is I try to make setups that don't rely on the support in any way. So I don't care what pops up. So I try to make teams that will farm efficiently, where I can just summon like the support in the back and not even care about them. Or sometimes when I'm farming, I legitimately just do stupid shit and I don't worry about 3-turning. I just, you know, like, hey, let's buff stack Billy and make him do 2 million damage on the final wave and crap like that. I actually really enjoy doing that. It's like, it's a good way to just, you know, familiarize yourself with stupid bullshit, like on your units and stuff, and then it's not boring. And you get to see big numbers. All of that, and you only get 1 roll out of this. That's rough. Dude, my ult account got the lore on its first thing. It just instantly got the lore. And over here, I'm just like, game, please. Oh wow, that's a lot of 5-star XP though. That's nice. Yeah, I love dicking around when farming. It's good stuff. But also, sometimes I'll be watching, you know, YouTuber, you know, working on something in real life or whatever, and so I want my farming to be really easy, and I don't want to, like, think about it, and so then when I do that, a lot of times I will use, like, meta stuff. In before we can't find a Scatty, so we... Okay, there we go. Although they don't have the CE. Well, that doesn't really matter. Why are all the Scatties scuffed, man? Like, Scatty is so fucking rare these days. So if you want to do, like, classic Edmund stuff, you know, it's really hard to do. And then when you finally see one, they're all fucked up. Okay, they're the truck coon with the save here. All right, we'll switch this one. Oh yeah, also I do so many 3-turns that are more like this, where I don't even use a support, because I have so many K scopes now and what's her name, Sakura CEs, and I have a lot of units with self battery like Mordred and Billy and Arthur and so on and so forth. That a lot of times I don't need. Like, I don't need a support. Like, I've had a lot of setups like that. Like, the final node in Hagfest, I didn't need a support. Because, like, Billy could kill the first, dude, like, the first, because it was a 1-1-1 stage fight. No, it was 1-1-2, that's what it was. So Billy could one-shot the first guy with either his NP or crits, and so if you didn't happen to get cards, you'd do his NP. And then Mordred could do the first or second stage with crits, and then NP and clear the third stage, and you just had like Star Bomb on like Choco Jana or something. I can't remember exactly, but there was like ways I could. I think I know I brought Anniversary Blonde, right? So Mordred, Star Bomb, and Anniversary Blonde would give me the crits, and so like that could 3-turn like no problem, because you also get the attack up and crit up from Choco Jana, so kind of just like melt everything. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. I feel like for this one... Okay, I do have Parvati, but she's not leveled, so we'll do Valkyrie. Chat saying though Parvati is a bonus servant makes me think though that Parvati probably is quite superior. She could probably just kill the demon, right? Like never mind bringing a single target or anything. Okay, where the hell is my Valkyrie? There she is. Okay, so this one would probably be so not budget friendly because I'm thinking we would have to do like that, which is nasty. What would we want the other DPS to be? I mean, we could still do Pence, like legit. Probably something else though. The first part will be the hardest. She almost can't. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of an issue. All right, let me think. What if we just do pins? That's kind of boring because it's basically the same thing. Actually, I don't think we need waiver. Oh wait, no, we do kind of need waiver, don't we? Wow, I don't think we actually need the second Scatty. Is what we don't need. I think. Or you do just double scatty, then waver, and you try to not have another DPS. Like you do that, and you try to just force it with the battery. I guess I can just bring MASH then, for now. You know, I wonder if this works, like you don't bring another DPS. I don't know if Valkyrie has that kind of damage. Parvati probably does, but I don't know about Valkyrie. We shall see. You might be able to get away with giving her the bonus CE. Let's see what happens. I mean, almost nothing is JP exclusive. But Valkyrie is pretty easy to get without rate ups because she's a spook and you can get it from a 4-star ticket. So if you're a big Valkyrie fan, it really is not hard to get her MP rank up over time. Alright, let's see what kind of refund she gets off 2 enemies. I haven't used Valkyrie in a really long time, so I'm kind of curious. Abysmal opening hand there. I like the background here. The clothesline, though, kind of kills it. Don't really know why that's there, but story probably. That's not great. I mean, this might still work. We'll see. I'm thinking it's not gonna quite have enough juice here. Now this is one of those situations where you'd probably wish Valkyrie wouldn't kill this thing in the first shot, right? So you get more NP off of attacking it, I would think. So having a high NP rank might actually be bad. She's a really high NP rank because I've been spooked by her a million times. Funnily enough, when I rolled for Zigguard, I got Zigguard more than I got Valkyrie. Yep, that's not enough. Nope. Good try, kid. You'd probably want a DPS then, like a single target DPS, I would think. You know, not bad, like it's decent, but what you'd probably do if you had to use a setup like this is you would not NP turn 1 out for the first wave. You'd get like some prep in that way. Just crit forehead. Specifically with the quick card, please. No, you're just not gonna get all that damage there. And I like how the snake gets 2 actions per turn, and Gil only gets 1. That's actually kind of silly. Well, certainly not as good as the art team, but we also haven't messed around with it yet, so. The snake is stronger, yeah. Like if I was going to use a team like this, especially like on my own, what I would probably do is I would give Valkyrie the other CE, so you have like +7 drop or whatever, and I would just not go boom immediately. And like that's fine. Like that really isn't even that big of a deal. Now you could also do it with an art team too. But if for whatever reason, God though, this is why you don't want to do quick teams anymore. It's not like they don't work. It's just that no, it's all Castoria now, right? Like so, it's not great. That's why Gil is working with a snake. I wonder if his name is a reference to that. Like if they did anything with his name. All right, let's see what happens if you do it this way. Melt's really good here. We already did a Fionn setup that worked just fine, and Melt is like better because she's an event servant. Yeah, Melt won't have any problem here. I actually think Melt and Virtua are probably the two best DPS for this stage. They probably make it, like, Fionn works great, right? I like how we're like, yeah, we'll just, you know, start slow here, and, you know, they give me literally no Valkyrie cards. Fantastic. Yep, that's how you get the ball rolling. I mean, that's not really true here, Paladins. Like, there's almost, if you want to 3-turn this, there's almost no difference between Quick and Art, really, and they're both going to have to go a bit ham. What honestly is going to dictate on this stage, if Quicker Art is going to be less whaley than the other, is going to be just what DPS you have, right? I'm telling you, if your only DPS is like a 1 to 3 star, I don't think either Art or Quick are going to have a particularly good time here. And that's pretty normal when it comes to these newer stages that have a lot of, like, you know, weird enemy numbers, because both Art and Quick kind of refund setups get kind of, you know, slapped in the face. And so a lot of times what ends up dictating what's better between, even Buster, because sometimes Buster actually does just fine in these kinds of farming stages, it almost completely comes down to what DPS you have. It has way less to do with the support. That was really annoying though, the turn 1 we got there. I guess we just do this. And like, dude, I think people really underestimate how often you can farm really well without relying on any of the big supports, and you focus more on really self-reliant DPS, especially with these newer stages. Although even with 333 nodes, if you happen to have a lot of DPS that have self-battery like Mordred and stuff, a lot of times it's not hard to make a setup. Especially in non-lottery events. It's really different in lottery events because of the CEs. But the average player is not going to have 6 event CEs. That's just not a thing, right? Because most events don't give you, you know, you have to roll the Gasha, and a lot of people don't, like, I don't roll on like 95% of the event Gashas, so I obviously don't have the event CEs generally, and so then you're freer to have other, you know, bring other CEs and that kind of thing. And also sometimes you know, CEs don't always give bonus drops and stuff. Like, events can be kind of weird. Okay, game, you're killing me right now. Like, you are I'm at 92%. Okay, yep, this is, and see, now you're like, you've done so much on the first wave that, like, I could kill that guy. I could kill that 47k guy. But, like, a big part of why the Art team did so much better here than the Quick team, which, one, I haven't really optimized the Quick team, so that's part of it, but it's also just because Fionn is way better than Valkyrie here. Like, he's way better than Valkyrie here, because he's got a 30% battery, right, and a bunch of, you know, MP gain on himself as well, although Valkyrie has at least the MP gain on herself, but, not the battery. But, like, I've seen this so often where you have people with, like, their, you know, elitist pants on, where they're like, oh yes, Castor or Toria setups are so much more budget friendly as they're using double Castoria and a 5-star Art DPS. And I'm just like, yep, really budget friendly that's totally better than, you know, double Scatty or double Waver, right? And yes, for like easier nodes, a lot of times Castor or Toria setups are more budget friendly. But those easier nodes, you normally can do with just like a Rush and Spartacus anyway. So it's like, who gives a shit? Like I've been using, you know, a lot of, you know, different styles in this game for a long time, and it's really not that different. And like I said, normally the linchpin is something else entirely. It's like, do you have K-scope, or do you have, you know, a really self-reliant DPS, or, you know, those things are way more impactful than on just the difference between Castoria and Scatty. And see, what bugs me is because everyone is just, you know, Castoria, oh my god, that they act like that's the reason everyone slots Castoria is because they think that's what's important. Also because a lot more people have Castoria than Scatty because it was so easy to get Castoria, but that's different. But anyway, it's because everyone thinks, you know, oh, she's what's so important, but then they don't think of, well, actually a huge number of the players out there are going to actually prefer Quick because they happen to have the DPS that goes with Quick. So it doesn't matter if they don't have their own Scatty or Waver or whatever, because they've got, you know, a lot of Quick DPS that are actually really good for these kinds of things. Like they have Edmund or or Billy if it's a single target one and stuff like that, that they would prefer Scatty dramatically, because like overwhelmingly that's the, like I said, that's the linchpin. That's why it's fine for people to slot Castoria, but I legitimately think it's stupid that everyone slots Castoria, because first off, I don't even think you're going to get that much FP that way, because there's a million other ones, right? Where if you slot Scatty, the people out there that are wanting to do quick will always summon you, right? Like I do quick more than Art big time, because I do have K-Scope and you know, Edmund and whatnot. I don't have that many Art DPS. Like I just don't. Like if it's not an Archer stage, I don't really have any Art DPS to use, right? So it doesn't work very well for me. So I'm always looking for Scatties. And it's like Ace is one of the few people that slot Scatty, and I give him an ungodly amount of FP, like when I'm just doing free quests when there's no event, or when there are, like, you know, when we did like the whale event. I forgot the name of it, the, you know, 4.5. I just call it the whale event. But anyway, okay, let's see. I guess we do this and you switch in waiver. Anyway, but yeah, it's like, if you, it's not like Castoria. The only way you're gonna get good FP off Castoria is if you're the guy that always has the best CE on her. Like for example, most people, like I said, don't roll most events. To get bonus drops, you need to roll the Gasha. So 90% of the player base won't have any, you know, bonus drop CEs other than the 3-star one. Like that's it. And so the way to get FP with a Castoria is to be a whale still, and then make sure you have like the limit broken, you know, best CE, and then everyone's gonna summon your Castoria, right? But yeah, it really does not make sense for everyone to be so like it's so unuseful for 95% of the caster slot to be Castoria. That's dumb, and you're gonna get so many diminishing returns on that. Now, for a lot of people, like I said though, it's just the fact that they have Castoria, because she was so easy to get, right? You could have zero SQ saved up, and you could have over a 50% chance of getting her if you actually, you know, wanted to use the SQ that they gave out. So between that, and then obviously a lot of people do have SQ saved up, just such a massive amount of players obtained Castoria. I tell you though, it must be really nice for people that have, someone out there surely is in this boat, and this must be really, oh wow, we got another CE drop, how about that? That's actually really useful. So, somebody out there is a huge Masashi fan, right? And they may not even be a whale, you know, they might just, you know, save up free, you know, I got, you know, really high MP ranks on my favorite characters, and I don't whale. So somebody out there is a huge Masashi fan, and they've got like NP3 or NP5 Summer Masashi, right? And they have Castoria. That must be the easiest thing on the fucking planet, because Berserker works on everything. Like I said, I don't really have Art DPS to work with Castoria. I have Fionn, and that's pretty much it, right? That's me, smiley face, yeah. Because yeah, it's like, she's Berserker, works on everything, loops no problem, and then if you have your own Castoria, you can summon a waiver or another Castoria, whatever, you know, it's not even gonna matter, and that's gonna work on like everything. That's gonna work on like every stage ever, right? And then like, especially again, if you're like that huge Masashi fan, right? Because then you might make her level 100, 2k foe, right? So then the damage output is just gonna be so high. Yeah, I'd imagine Antonio, if he's Grail, he's pretty good. Non-Grailed Antonio is gonna struggle to do art stuff. You actually can loot with Arjuna. Dude, there's a lot of Buster units that actually do just fine for farming. And now, I will say they generally struggle a bit more in lottery events. Although, let's be real, there's like 2 lottery events a year. You know, whoop-de-doo. But they do struggle more in lottery events because the lottery CE might not actually be very helpful to them. But like, let's say Artoria, for example, right? You give Artoria like high starting NP or K-Scope or whatever. Maybe you've got waiver, blah blah blah. We summoned a waiver, or even Merlin, you know, whatever you're doing. And so you know you have her use her NP, and then she gets her overcharge, and then she uses her 3rd skill, and then like, you know, with pretty mild stuff, you're pretty much ready to go again, right? And maybe you clear the first wave with Arash or Spartacus, because that's easy to do. I mean, hell, if Arash can clear the first wave, you know, then you can, even if you don't have Waver and those kinds of things, you can bring in Shakespeare, you can bring in Shin-Gong, you can bring in Asclepius. You know, there are budget battery units that can work with Artoria. So now the Nightmare is when you have one of those. I've had this. I was messing around with an Artoria setup just not even that long ago. It was a few days ago. It was like right before this event, so it was a bit more than a few days ago. But anyway, one of the enemies had like this awkward amount of health where if I wanted to make sure he died, even if I had a bad hand, I would need to use Artoria's second skill, which would mean that would turn her deck into, you know, 5 Buster cards. But then like sometimes I'd have, you know, times where I wanted to do the follow-up, you know, art cards, but then I might not kill if I didn't use the second skill. It'd be like iffy. So I would have to, you know, you have to use the second skill, and then now you don't get your art cards. It's like, this is dumb. Yeah, and Mordred, you know, Mordred works really well because she's had that whole battery overcharge thing as well. But yeah, I gotta really stress this. People a lot of times try to copy whales, which are, they always have everything, right? They have every combo piece imaginable, right? And they always try to strive towards that and get as close to that as they can. But a lot of times you would do better with your farming if you just abandoned, if you don't have like very specific parts of what you would need for like a Caster Artoria setup, like if you don't have good art DPS, or you know, if you trying to do scatty stuff but you don't have scatty, things like that. A lot of times you're way better off going with very different setups that you don't see whales use ever, like with, you know, Spartacus or Qin-Gong or you know, just 3 DPS that, you know, have battery. You got basically what you got to do, and I'm always telling people this because this applies for challenge quests even more so, and main story fights like Zeus and Demeter, is you got to look at your account and think about, what do I have? Like, because I'm always seeing people like, oh, I don't have Asclepius, so, you know, but then it's like, meanwhile, they've got like all these other things that are way better, right? So that you got to understand like what your objective is, like what the boss fight is or what the farming stage is, and then look at what's unique about your account and how can you capitalize on that. Because there are so many more ways to get things done. Like, even with Buster, everyone acts like Buster's dead. Buster is not dead. Like, oh my god, I use Buster setups for farming all of the time because there's so many Buster units like Mordred and Romulus and shit that have like these big crits that you can get really reliably and easily, and if you happen to have one of those, a lot of times it's way easier, right? So everything is very account specific in this game. Like, overwhelmingly everything is account specific in this game, and that's a good thing. Like, use your brain for it. I use 3 DPS so much. Like, I do that so much. I actually think I do that more. I mean, it kind of depends. If I'm doing like really easy free quests, like if there's no event going on and I'm farming like Void Dust and Hero Proofs in America, then I'll probably do like, I'll do Edmund double scatty just because that's so easy to do there. So I might as well. But I do triple DPS a lot, like a lot. That's what my ult account does like constantly. Literally, the only card type that's ever been dead is Quick. Hey, thank you for the resub, Valentine. I appreciate it. 8 months. How about that Guilty Gear game that's never coming out, though? Anyway, but yeah, the only card type that's ever been dead was Quick, and that was a long time ago. And it wasn't really dead. It was just there was no reason to do a dedicated Quick team, right? You would throw, and God, this is, I mean, surely people have noticed this in my videos. Have you noticed in my videos, I'm not normally doing any card type. Like, the team is not like a Quick team or an Art team or a Buster team. It's a David Saves Everyone ass team, but like generally it's all over the place with the card color, right? And Quick, it does very well in those settings. Like, Quick does so well when there is no like theme, because you have units like Kentucky, Ryder Kentucky, and Billy and stuff that just are very self-reliant. And that's super good, right? And Quick has always been like that. And before Scatty and Woo and those kind of units, that's kind of how Quick was. They were the ones that didn't have a dedicated support, but they had the most like self-reliant kits, generally speaking. A few exceptions, obviously. But then obviously they added Scatty, and now Quick is totally fine. Now, the only problem Quick is facing is how obnoxious it is to find anyone that slots a Scatty. That's the whole battle that Quick is having. But yeah, Buster's always been fine. They do so well in challenge quests. I mean, Buster does so well in challenge quests. It's disgusting. And I've always said this. I do think Art has overall been the best card type. Just it's been the most consistent. It's not always the peak. Often it's not the peak. but art has never been even remotely scuffed in the entirety of FGO, like ever. Like, first off, in the early days of FGO, it was actually the meta. Just a lot of people didn't realize it because they're too busy bringing 3 Berserkers and clicking the red buttons. But, like, in the early days when the only OP support was Waver, art was overwhelmingly the best. It's not even close. Like, when it was just Big Boy, Waver, and maybe Tam, art, right? That was so much the best, right? And then when Merlin got added, obviously Buster got really disgusting when Merlin got added because there was really no support on that, you know, level, especially for challenge quests. But art still did just fine. You still had no problem doing things like Waver and like Tam, and then you best start DPS, or Waver and Mash and you best start DPS. Like that kind of setup has always worked, and it probably always will. Like, art teams are just really good. I think art teams are also the easiest to play. Everyone says Buster's the easiest to play, but it's actually not at all. Like, art is so... Everyone says see red, press red, but honestly, if you try to beat a lot of hard challenge quests in main story fights that way, you'll just lose. You'll lose horribly, right? Buster teams overwhelmingly have to find a balance between doing, you know, decent normal card damage, but then still trying to build towards their MP at the right times. Like, Buster overwhelmingly is see, you know, red, but then also sometimes click blue. Right? Like, it's just, it doesn't work that way. Outside of Herc, obviously, that's different. Where art teams are see blue, press blue. Like, it's that fucking easy, right? Like, if you're doing Mash, Joan of Arc, Tam, Castor Artoria stuff, I mean, it's just click the blue cards, right? You can be in a super hard challenge quest, and you're never going to be punished because you focused on clicking the blue cards a lot, right? It just doesn't work that way. But yeah, it's weird to me that I remember way back in the day, everyone acted like art teams were the you know, the smart player team, and I was just like, these are the... all you do is focus on getting your NP as fast as possible. That's all there's no balance of like, oh, maybe I gotta work in some normal card DPS and I gotta, you know, you just get your NP. Like, that's all you care about. You just, max NP gain, challenge quest over, right? Like, that's generally how that works. Alright, before we go do more shenanigans, I'm trying to think if there's anything I could do to try to make this work a little bit better. Probably bring, like, Penth again, but that's kind of boring because then it's literally the same, it's not even, like, that's literally, like, the same thing. Except, you know, Valkyrie's not as good as Fionn. Like that's, like, the main thing. But that's the main reason this team is not as good as the other one, is because Fionn. It's not because of the support. I guess you just cut Waver in this kind of setup. My Scath's not ready. Scath would be really good here, though, if I had her skills up. I'll probably get her skills up after this event because we get Void Dust, because the Void Dust is the holdup. I actually probably have the Void Dust to upgrade her, but I don't wanna. Wait, isn't Waver though better than Scath? Is he? About the same. I think Waver is better, unless I'm just forgetting something. Like, budget-wise, this is not more budget or less budget than the other setup. It's exactly the same, right? It's literally exactly the same. Now, it's probably not going to work as well, but again, that's because of Valkyrie, not because of the difference between Scatty and Castor Artoria, right? Literally not. Like Rex said, this stage doesn't fucking matter. Like, they're completely tied. It's completely down to your CEs and your DPS, which aren't budget either way. Because if you try to use, like, I really don't think if your DPS is a 1 to 3 star and your only 5 star is Castor Artoria or Scatty, and then your other options are like Asclepius or what's his name, Hohenheim, it's not gonna work, right? Now you might be able to 4 or 5 turn, sure, but like both quicker art are not gonna work that way. Like, neither of them, they're both fucked, right? If the only rare thing is Castor Artoria or the only rare thing is Scatty, they are both equally going to fail. Yeah, I know, it's really more about the battery, right? And I've seen people do that all the time, I've seen that all the time, where people will use like an art DPS with double Scatty and Waver because that's what they have, or like Rex just said, you know, you do double Castoria and you do a Buster DPS or a quick DPS because that's what you have, and it's like, I just need the battery, thanks. Yeah, I've seen that so many times, dude. I've seen that so many times where they're not even matching the fucking color. Like, it's just like, give me battery. It's like, I don't give a fuck. That's one nice thing though about Caster Tori though is at least she gives you an attack up, you know. So if you are using Buster or Quick, you're at least getting an attack up out of it. I guess Scatty gives you the defense down, but isn't Caster Tori's attack up bigger than Scatty's defense down? I'm pretty sure it is. And also magic resist and blah 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 blah. And defense down doesn't linger. That's the big thing. Defense down doesn't linger. They're the same. Okay, still Caster Tori's lingers, right? So there's still that. Because if you kill the guy, right, the defense down is gone. So where defense down can be uniquely good in challenge quests because the unit can die and someone new can come in and they still benefit from the defense down. I actually feel like attack up and defense down are so well balanced because of that. Like I'm actually impressed. It's an accident, I swear, but it's actually nice the way that they're balanced against each other. Where like attack up, you know, you can bring with you if you're switching waves and stuff. Where defense down sticks around even if the units die, right? So there's some like neat, you know, different ways you can cycle and whatnot. I actually rather like that. The only downside though that just puts defense down at a complete disadvantage to attack up is debuff immunity and magic resist and stuff. Although there are a few challenge quests out there where the enemy will do like buff success chance down or buff block and crap like that you can't get rid of. And then at that point, debuffs just become way better because you can't buff, but you can still get benefit from debuffs, right? But yeah, that's actually a pretty cool difference that they have. Honestly, you know what's sad is I think we could do Fionn on a quick team, like Rex was saying. I'm pretty sure Fionn would be better than Valkyrie on a quick team for this stage, just because the refund thing just doesn't really work, right? It helps a little bit, but it doesn't really matter, right? So it's like your best DPS is what matters, not so much the card type. That's actually really sad. Feels bad for Valkyrie, man. I will say though, on some stages, there are stages where Valkyrie does get a lot. Like if it are 3-3-3 stages, Valkyrie does generally do really well because it's just so much refund. Same for like Atalante, right? Or Catalante, as people were saying the other day. You know, she gets so much refund with like a Scatty setup. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I want them to buff Valkyrie too because outside of farming, she's kind of awful, and that sucks. And the only reason they don't buff her, I think, is because she's good with Scatty, and that's like the whole fucking reason. Although now that everyone thinks art is the bee's knees, maybe they will buff Valkyrie now. You see, this just like objectively takes more RNG, and as Rex said, it has nothing to do with the card type. It's just because Fionn has a battery and Valkyrie doesn't. Now, thankfully, we got lucky here, and I think we'll win anyway. But we'll get our MP anyway. Of course, we're gonna win. But I don't know. We might not get enough here. We'll see. No. I think she's got it. Okay, just enough there. She'll round up. Valkyrie has the worst. I've always said this. Valkyrie has the worst overcharge in the whole game. Everyone always says insta-death is the worst overcharge, and they're normally correct about that. But then hers is not even insta-death. It's insta-death against demons only, and the percent chance is trash. So it's like, how do you make an overcharge that bad? I've actually never tested this because I've literally never gotten Valkyrie to ever insta-death something ever. But I want to know, this is the one way she could be even worse. And if someone knows, please tell me. Does Valkyrie proc insta-death before or after damage, right? Because if she procs insta-death before damage, then she's somehow even worse. It's like, I forgot to do the buster up on 10th there. Okay, see, this did 3-turn, but it was objectively more RNG based than Fionn was because we didn't have the battery. So it's like, but yeah, I literally could put Fionn on this team, and this team would 3-turn again, right? There's no reason to do that instead of Caster Toria, but it would work. So that really does show what Rex is saying. It's about battery. It's not about card type at all. After, I'm pretty sure. If it's after, then at least there's that, right? Yeah, I've never actually seen her proc insta-death. We've tried, and it's never worked before. That's like the worst thing about what's her name. I always forget her name, like Elsie or Elsa. Or so it's not that. What's an E something? I can't remember. The broken knee. I'm just calling her broken knee from now on. Oh yeah, there's an R in there. That's what it is. Anyway, her doing insta death before damage is just the most depressing theme ever, right? Like they made her an art unit. Like they're the ones that want the refund off hit the most. And they're just like, yeah, no, you can't have that. Blue hair child. Yeah, I'm going with broken knee. I always forget there's an R in her name. Oh wait, I don't really need to do the stage anymore. I'll do it one more time just cause we'll go back to Fionn because Fionn's better, but we'll go back to having fun after this. That's enough farming for now. I think really Ku, although it is bad that he procs insta death before damage, because he's single target, it doesn't matter that much, right? And he only has a 1 hit count. Like with Shiki, it matters more for Shiki because she has a 3 hit count and she's art and she has art up. So those 3 hits are actually enough to get a nice chunk of NP back, right? Like yeah, it's not going to be like, you know, full refund or anything, but it's a noticeable chunk. With Ku, it's still bad. You don't want to proc insta-death, but you'll miss out on 1 star in like 1 NP game. Maybe 2 if you've got like quick up and stuff going on. But like that's not that bad. Whereas Shiki, you can miss a sizable chunk, honestly. Not as much as some of the other ones out there, but yeah, Assassin Chris does not get used much. You want to talk about who really doesn't get used much? Assassin Scath. Like, who the fuck uses Assassin Scath for anything? Feels bad, but she really does not have much use. What's sad too, if you make some very minor adjustments to Assassin Scath, like really minor adjustments, she becomes significantly better, right? Like very minor tweaks to her would make her a pretty solid, not amazing, but she'd be a nice budget, you know, welfare. But her skill order is just so broken that it's like it doesn't really do anything. And then, you know, they made Fionn, not Fionn, Fuma. You know, Fuma's so much stronger now and everything, so it's just like, it's really hard to justify her in any situation. Now, there is a world where maybe, you know, you're doing scatty stuff and you just don't have, you know, other Berserker or Assassin quick, right? And so that's rare, man. Like, there's not much, there really is not much out there that you'd be in that kind of situation and then Fuma also wouldn't work, right? Like that's a very specific circumstance. But it, you know, there's a few blue moon situations where that could happen. You know, I guess I could do this without even caring about my support if I brought my own Scatty and Waver and I just put the support in the back. But I think the team cost would be higher then, so not really worth. I feel like Pin could still be improved upon. Like there probably is something better. Especially if you could get someone with battery, because then you could bring another CE really easy. Well, if I think get one more CE drop, I'll be pretty much set for doing that kind of thing. I think I might need 2 more. I'm not sure I'm gonna farm this event enough. Well, we'll see. I want to farm this a chunk, but I care more about the new account, honestly. I just want this account to get enough Void Dust to get Scath skills up. I forgot to do Pin's Buster up again. I'm really not paying attention to what I'm doing right now. Alright, let's go have fun. That's enough farming. There's not that many units to take bonus damage from Pins, but there are some boss unique characters that do, which can be handy. But you know, you got, you know, Achilles, Herc, Leonidas, Odysseus, and a couple other ones. But there's some boss specific dudes that like Zeus and what's his name? Megalos, that's the one. Oh yeah, now that we have more people there, let me link this again for anyone that cares. We got a poll from our Discord that we were wanting to get some data on. I put the straw poll in the chat there. So what your favorite Lostbelt King is? I'm actually really curious what this turns out being. We're just trying to get a decent sample size on that. I actually haven't checked it. Let's see, where are the results right now? Wow, it's a bloodbath right now, but yeah. Straw poll right there if you want to vote on. It's completely based on like character or design or whatever you care about. It's not like gameplay specifically or anything. It's just whatever you like. I'm going to point out though that this poll is going to be really biased right now. I guarantee you the results will change as NA, because most of my chat is NA players, and as more of the stories come out in NA, I think you're going to see the percentages change, because like earlier we had almost only JP people voting, and like Zeus was winning, but Zeus is actually out on JP, right? And then we got like NA people, then like Mothman does really well because, you know, he was just added and he's actually out on NA. So I think that's going to like skew things dramatically. But I really want to do this again. Wow, Arjuna Alter though, doing pretty well there too. Anyway, I really want to do this again once NA is like all caught up, when we have all the kings out. Although I guess we don't have all the kings yet because we still have Morgan and whatnot. But like, you know, Ibuki literally has 3 votes, right? And it's because no one knows anything about Ibuki. Like, now I don't, even if people knew more about Ibuki, I don't think she's going to get like super votes. But like, surely once Ibuki's actually out on NA, she's going to get more than 3 votes, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. I do think Ibuki's going to do poorly on, like, if we do this again in like 2 years, like when she's out on NA, I think she's still going to do the worst, but I think she'll do better than that. I think the biggest difference will just be maybe Arjuna Alter and Zeus. Those are probably the 2 that'll benefit the most. That's surprising though, because Arjuna Alter is doing so well. If he gets a boost, that might be kind of crazy. Alright, let me think. What do we want to do? We can kind of do whatever. There's always CCC, we've got Limbo, we've got the newbie account. Maybe we play the... You know what? Let's jump on the newbie account, and we'll do... It's kind of boring to do farming. We'll do a little bit of farming on there, just because I want to see how it does. Because it is so not an account in a position to be able to do any kind of efficient farming at all. So I kind of want to see how it do. And maybe we do some Lostbelt 5. Now, I am not, let me stress this, I am not going to do Lostbelt 5 2. But I don't really care about doing Lostbelt 5 1 because you fight Cerberus a lot. I'm not like, oh man, guys, I gotta get all my favorite characters leveled up so I can fight Cerberus 30 times with them, right? I don't really care that much. So yeah, Lostbelt 5 1 I can kind of just throw away, but 5 2 we're saving. Sadly, I cannot play the newbie account on Samsung Flow right now. I'm sorry, Samsung Dex, totally different. But I'm really thinking about buying another phone just for like the newbie account and stuff. It makes streaming a lot easier if I did that. What I might do, I'm not sure I can justify this. I try to avoid this kind of thing, but I might like get a really good phone and actually use that for my main and everything, and then use the phone I have now as like a hand-me-down to the newbie account and everything. So maybe, we'll see. Samsung Dex, yeah, right. No Samsung. You've got like an internal app that you can use that makes it pretty easy to stream. Okay, let's see. I think it's this one? Yes. Wow, I can't believe I got that in first try. I'm normally so bad about that when I'm switching between, like, you know, Dex, Flow, and blue stacks, right? Like, I don't... They're all different sizes, and so I always mess up my preset. That's the first time I've ever gotten that right, I think. Flow is the worst. Flow is just... Out of everything I've ever streamed with, Samsung Flow, well actually no, it's side sync. Side sync is the worst, fuck that. But Flow is a pain in the ass. I will say, the one good thing about Flow is it's very easy from like the playing it standpoint and from like the technical side, right? But having to like, you have to resize the, I like how the intro is called 5-2. That's really funny. Anyway, having to resize the screen all the time is just super annoying. But something I really do like about Flow though is how you can still use your phone, right? Because like with Dex, even though you're still using your phone, you don't play through the phone, right? Because it basically turns your monitor into the display, and so you don't use the touchscreen anymore, right? You have to use your computer. Where with Flow, you can just set it up where you don't look at your computer at all if you don't want to, and you can like chat up or whatever, and then you have your phone like on a phone arm, and you do that. It's much easier. With Dex, you have to. Actually, you might be. I don't know. I should check with Dex. You might be able to do both. You might be able to use the phone as well. Is if so, that would be pretty great. Oh, 5-3, boys. Yeah, let's see. NA has what? You've got like what, 6-7 months? I think 7 months for the new bronzes. No, it's more than that, isn't it? Because you've got 7 months until Lostbelt 4. Wait, is it before Lostbelt 4? It is before Lostbelt 4, isn't it? So no, yeah, you don't have, so yeah, you've got the anniversary then Lostbelt 4, right? I think that's what it is. It is after? I'm so confused right now. When did you all get Lostbelt 3? I'm so confused. Didn't you all just get Lostbelt 3, or was that like more than a month ago? Oh my god, 5.4! Are we gonna get to 5.5? Have Limbo show up? Last month? Your anniversary is earlier. Won't that be, wait, won't that throw things off? That's what's messing me up though. That's right, your anniversary is not at the same time. That's gonna be weird. Are you all gonna get access to the new bronze sooner than JP did? Like, relative to the content? I wonder if that's weird. They don't normally do stuff like that. They've done it occasionally, but that's really weird. I fucking hate this, by the way. You start the story, and this is the first thing that you see is Sanson dying. And he's just like, sorry, Dion. And then Dion dies. It's like, okay, that's great. Yeah, Dion gets decapitated, man. Yeah, apparently a lot of French servants died. Like, the counterforce summoned a crap load of French servants. And, like, Dion and Sanson stayed behind to, like, let other ones get away or something like that. Yeah, at least, honestly, it's a small victory, but honestly, what Sanson and Dion does is actually useful in the grand scheme of things, ultimately. But, yeah, they don't have a good time. Well, I mean, it's summoned like all the French servants ever, I'm pretty sure. It's not just them. But a lot of them are already dead and stuff. Feels bad, man. Yeah, they did. I tell you though, production value-wise, they did a good job in Lostbelt 5. Like, there's a lot of like visual storytelling, like just like with Zeus and everything. Like, you can very much tell what's happening, right? Like the whole, my god, like the whole Mars bit with Zeus was really good. Yeah, these Greek guys are pretty cool. They have cool NP animations and stuff too. They've barely used them for anything though, like event-wise. I don't think they've ever been used. But yeah, the counterforce is the only reason, I guess, everything hasn't completely been wrecked, but they're mostly destroyed by the time you show up. And a lot of times, like, you know, people say like the counterforce gets like plot armored, and that's true sometimes, but I don't really think they got plot armored in this story, because the counterforce is strong, sure, but it's not like it's not the be-all end-all like power in the universe. People have absolutely exaggerated how good the counterforce is, and it's because most Nasuverse stories is coming from the perspective of people that are, you know, they couldn't beat a servant anyway, let alone, you know, a few of them from the counterforce, right? So like in K&K and stuff, it seems like such a daunting presence and things like that. But when we're talking about, you know, for God's sakes, in Lostbelt 5, you've got Wadim, you've got Canis, and Canis is crazy powerful. You got the twins, which are quite powerful as well. You've got like a lot of Olympian gods. You have fucking Zeus, who is stronger than normal, all right, and then Odysseus and his army, and it's not even remotely surprising that the counterforce gets its ass kicked. Like, it'd be really weird if they didn't. Like, at no point is the counterforce implied to be able to overthrow a pantheon of gods, right? Like, not in the slightest. Because gods are, on average, gods are significantly stronger than servants. So it's like, and then Zeus is much stronger than normal, right? And so and then not only do you have all these gods, but then you have a bunch of servants on their side as well. So it's like, no shit, the counterforce got its ass kicked. Counterforce should have sent Fujino. Yeah, that would have helped. I'm not even kidding, actually. Fujino would be able to beat Odysseus. Like, if you look at both of their toolkits canonically, she would be able to beat Odysseus. Now, unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to fight Odysseus 1v1. You know, he's got his boys and a bunch of other servants and Canis and all these other things, but she would be pretty useful. Wait, aren't we supposed to be farming? Whatever. Wait, shouldn't I should really have cut. Oh fuck! I done goofed, chat. I like to keep the playlist on YouTube separate, right? I like to have all the free-to-play account stuff on one playlist. But the first chunk of this stream was me doing stupid farming shit, right? But now all the Dion getting his head cut off and everything is in the other part. Well, at least Van Gogh's dead canonically now. There's the boys right there. Dude, I really enjoyed though reading the story of 5-1. It was really enjoyable, and there was just like a lot of things that you wanted to learn more about, right? Which then you got to learn in 5-2. It was very satisfying. Like, it was really unclear, like, quite what the hell was going on with, like, between Wadim and Canis and the twins, right? And it was really interesting to kind of see how that ended up unfolding and whatnot. The thing is, people seem to think that the counterforce has, like, an unlimited access to it doesn't. The counterforce literally cannot just summon whatever it wants to. A lot of times it's limited to summoning things based on the region and the fame and things like that, especially depending on like the state of the world at the time. And like Nasu has reiterated that many times, right? And when he's talking about grands, like generally the grand is going to pull from like the region and stuff. It can't just, even if it can't bring one in from like another region generally. And that's like what the whole like even the Grail and stuff is limited like that, right? Like when it wanted to summon a ruler, it it has to pick amongst the candidates that are fitting, but then it also had to pick based on the region, and that's why it summons Amakusa, and it literally smudged the rules because Amakusa doesn't really fit, but it had no one else that it could pull on, right? Yeah, summoning Enkidu would have been really fucking helpful, but I don't think it actually could summon Enkidu here. The thing is, that version of Odysseus is not playable, right? He is for like half a second, right, when he does his NP at the very start. But other than that, you don't get that look. You don't get the shoulder thing, the helmet, and the inner shirt and all that. You don't get any of that stuff. Oh yeah, she literally like jumps off the ship and goes to the water there. Yeah, if they would give Odysseus a costume, that would be very helpful. Wait, are we already fighting Canis? I guess we are. Of course! What am I thinking? Are we gonna fight a boss, chat? Is it Cerberus though? Like, gotta get really used to that one. It's not actually Cerberus either. It's like a mass-produced copy of Cerberus, basically. The actual Cerberus in Fate actually does have like a more full body and all that. What do we want to use here? I don't think this fight is like nothing really happens. I don't think you have to win or anything. This is where I want to summon a support that's not like completely bullshit. But nobody slots those. I guess Caster Gill, there we go. See if this works. See, George's bond 10. So I guess I need a Rosh bond. Rosh and a Hans. That's pretty much. Does she need bond for stuff? I don't remember. I should probably, just in case, start getting her bond. She hasn't been buffed any, has she? No, wait, no, she has. Wait, has she? Did they buff her? They didn't buff her NP. I'm thinking of the other one. You know, they haven't buffed her, have they? Yeah, that's that would be like reasonable if she had been buffed. That's a feels bad, man. Yeah, buff Luvia again. That's the way. I don't think she's gonna get buffed with Lostbelt 6 because she's probably not gonna be in Lostbelt 6. If she gets buffed, I think it'd be around the second movie or something. Or after. A lot of, you know, APOC people didn't get attention until after APOC aired. But who knows, maybe you know, all the Artorias are gonna show up in Lostbelt 6. We have no idea what they're gonna do. But it's looking pretty fairy heavy. Oh yeah, you said like 8 turns or something. I just art chain. I may not have needed that first skill. My logo comes from Armored Core, which I would hope people know that by now, but yeah, Armored Core is my favorite game series, so. Alright, let's see what we get here. Oh, he's a berserker here. Guess he's not like perfected. Alright, time to go Burr. Wish I had the other art card, but last turn, so. Yeah, you actually can get Fujino outside of the K&K rerun, but it's just like in grab bags and stuff, and that obviously that's terrible. She's gonna get another rate up someday, though. Just God knows when. In the grand scheme of things, though, she's clearly not gonna be rated up as much as a lot of other units out there, though. Like, I mean, clearly. Gilgamesh, by the way. This is funny. We've got Hans with the silver iPad and Gil with the golden one. How about that? God damn it, game. Also, wow, 100 Face just got dunked. You know, Caster Gil NP right now would be pretty swell, but no go. Cerberus being a dick. Underface with 91%. Gil lost all of his buffs. Fantastic. Dude, the NP with like the book covering, but it's the iPad. That's great. Boy, we could have used that defense up a long time ago. Like when we had Hanzu's NP going, that would have been a lot more useful. Somebody's gonna die. Yep, okay, well. If I had known this was a Berserker, I would have done a very different style of setup. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wow. Am I the only one that feels like that was statistically very unlikely for 100 Face to die first? Because she healed herself, she had evade, I healed her again. Like, and I didn't do any survivability for anyone else. So like, statistically speaking, she was the least likely to die first. So even though you don't have to beat this stage, I want to do this again. That was not satisfying. We got to do better than this. I know what we're gonna do. Oh, it's only 1 AP. Oh no, chat. I know what I'm gonna do. Give me a second here. This is one of the few times he's actually good. Hey, I'm pretty sure we regenerated that we regenerated that AP in 30 seconds. Or no, 10 seconds, excuse me. Oh no, chat, now we're about to whiff an AP. Because it's gonna regenerate and I'm not gonna have my support list up in time. Chat, it's about to happen. Chat, it's about to happen. Boom, we're whiffing AP. Although, actually, I think the timer keeps going behind the scene, and if you use the AP before it would tick over, you actually don't whiff. So we're actually not quite whiffing yet. Gotta be really swift here. Now there's some music. Okay, I'm gonna radically change the scene here. I don't want Chin Gong, even though we don't have Buster. Alright, let's do this. Maybe I should use Atlas. Nah, Protoku's got really high debuff resistance. It's like 50, 60% or some shit, right? What could go wrong? Yeah, Cleo's not going to be the main story in 2.0. If she gets used, it would definitely be 3.0. There's no hope. Cleopatra is actually not a fairy. I hate to break it to you. Okay, we're gonna get some good damage here. And she's not related to like South America either, so... Could make stars to make that art card crit as well. I wish someone else had a Buster card. That's kind of disappointing there. Getting that first card Buster bonus is pretty big. Fuck! 70% by the way. Oh, we guarded it. Easy. Could you hit Protoku? There you go. That was pretty disappointing though that we didn't get that 70% crit because we have a lot of crit up, so it'd have been swell. I should have swapped around. I should have put Hans in the front, Protoku in the middle, and Chingong in the back, or in case we Chingong NP. We're probably not going to Chingong NP, but There was no reason to do it like this. Still don't need the stars. That was like the whole reason I brought that. Oh, get back here, you coward! The turns weren't even up yet. Oh, great! Our NP was coming back. What? And we had our crits. We could use our thing to crit again. Such cowardice, man. That happened on Cairo's stream the other day. He was fighting that fight with Gozen where she has that massive damage resistance, right? You're supposed to be doing like 20 damage to her, right? And the fight's supposed to end after several turns, right? Like after she impedes or something. But Cairo brought Super Orion, and on turn 1 of the fight, just punched the living daylights out of her, and the fight instantly ended. She didn't even take her turn. The fight just ended. It's like, nope, too much damage. I'm out of here. I mean, I'd probably run from Orion too. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I have no idea what this stage is now. I think he might fight Cerberus again? I'm not sure. Not a lot of unique riders to use here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it was really funny seeing a fight where you're supposed to do so little damage and Orion was still doing a rather large amount. Nano machines, by the way. Dude, remember the design? You see her in Lostbelt 5-1, the monster or mother of monsters, right? And she looks really whack, but yeah, you never fight her or anything. You just see her in the story, and then she dies to Japanese snake curse nonsense. God, why do they put Japanese servants in every single story? I swear to God, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I swear, they work at least 1 or 2 Japanese servants into like every goddamn story, like all of the time. Like Babylon is like nothing but Japanese servants, dude. Well, this water is going pretty rapidly there. I mean, it's not particularly surprising that, servants with a master and stuff can go over water. I don't know why the Chimera is, though. Like, the Snake Ladies could probably just swim in the water and that's fine, but I don't know what the Chimera is doing. Oh, there's 50 enemies. It's one of these. These are normally pretty boring, which is unfortunate. Let's see how much damage she does here. That's pretty good. Have Ku kill the Chimera. That's weird. So the nano machine like passive makes you then do slightly more damage and take slightly less, but they also have a defense down gimmick. So that's weird. I wonder what it's named. It's kind of crazy though. The free quests for this place and the next place still have that passive. So all the enemies are, even though their health will be one thing, they're actually a bit stronger than that. Because of this thing here. Who's got that? You don't got that. Almost. I'm sure they're not gonna let us kill all of them. They generally don't let you have fun like that. Wow. Okay, I didn't need my NP anyway. There actually is a good reason why nanomachines are the answer to everything weird that happens, because legitimately, so what nanomachines are like microscopic machines, right? They're like super small. And legitimately, that's even a thing in real life. We're starting to make smaller and smaller machines that are capable of doing really insane stuff. And in the future, that is going to be one of the most overpowered things ever, is like, you know, really well-programmed machines that can, you know, combine and change shape and interact. Because being able to interact with something on that small of a scale allows you to do things that you normally just can't. And so if you have like extremely advanced, you know, tiny robots, the amount of ways that you can use that is nuts, right? It's not just a meme, it really is nuts what you could do with that. Now that being said, a lot of anime and movies and stuff use them in really stupid ways, like sure, but... Now you fight Canis somewhere in here. I'm actually kind of looking forward to this. Also, when we fight Canis on the ship, I need to not beat it on stream because I need to record something. I thought I'd recorded all of her voice lines, but I actually missed some. So I need to record them again. Like, she has a voice line when she does her EX attack and stuff like that, and I didn't record it. That's definitely Canis right there, though. So from what I've heard, this is the first time that I've done Lostbelt 5 since they've added Canis to the game. But I've heard what they've done is she still has the same voice lines, but she actually will use her other animations now. That's what people have said, but I've never confirmed that for myself, so I guess we shall see. I think you just have to live a certain amount of time in this one. The actual fight with her is when you have Orion and Jason and all that. They have never explained her ears, because she has regular ears, but she's got whatever's going on in her hair there, and they've never said a word about it. The assumption is it's like horse ears, because Poseidon in some legends is like the god of horses, along with like the god of storm and everything. But that's not confirmed at all, and they've not said a damn thing, so who fucking knows? Guess we should get Sherlock's NP. Yeah, like canonically, the whole thing is this is an actual ability Canis has. Like, just as a regular servant, she's invulnerable to people that don't have weapons that are blessed by sea god of some type. Now, she doesn't have a character material book yet. She just has her bio and FGO. And I have said this so many. Oh, okay, great. Boy, that was fun. Anyway, I suspect when she does get a character material book, there's going to be other ways to get around her shield. I'm sure it'd be difficult, but like surely they're gonna nerf that because that's way too strong, right? Like, there's so few characters. Now, you know, of course, you're gonna have people like Gil that probably have like weapons that are blessed by sea gods and shit like that, but they're clearly gonna have to add some kind of loophole in there. But she loses that Noble Phantasm after she fights Orion. Like, once it gets pierced, that, like, she doesn't have the Noble Phantasm for the rest of, you know, Lostbelt 5-1 and 5-2. And she's in 5-2 a lot more than she is in 5-1, honestly. There's a version of her story where it has like Phoenix Reborn moment, but that's actually not the typical ending to the character at all. I'm now imagining Canis fighting Jason and Orion with this music. When do we run into Jason? He's pretty early in the story, I think. He's one of the most major characters in 5.1. Yeah, Chiron here is like got his divinity restored and stuff. And so he's stronger than normal, and he's also kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's actually a pretty major villain in 5.1. It's like him, Odysseus, and Poseidon, but Poseidon is like really warped. He's not really himself at all. He's like a robot because of Zeus. Oh yeah, and we have Artemis, of course. Dude, there are so many servants that could blow Artemis out of the sky, though, and you just don't have any of them. It's kind of funny. Well, there's not that many, but there's a decent amount, because like Karna could do it, Gil could do it. Hell, Excalibur might be able to do it. I think they even mentioned Excalibur as something that might be able to do it. But Karna would be really good because that structure has divinity, so not only has Karna got one of the stronger NPs and can it go an insane distance, but it's already EX rank, but then it gets even stronger against divinity. And considering what's actually able to stop her lasers and stuff, I'm beyond confident that Karna would kill her in a like laser clash. So basically, how the Greek gods work is they're alien robots, right? They were created by like the Titans. So the Titans are just aliens, and they created the Olympian gods, which are robots. But they have like avatar forms. They've had these for like a long time. They basically like would mingle with human history and stuff, and with people with these like avatar forms they can create. Which you see them, you know, in the story, like Zeus's more humanoid form, that's his avatar form and stuff. And basically because they mingle with humanity so much, and like humanity has like such a strong like, you know, perception of them or whatever, and they're such a staple of history, that they've basically been accepted as human gods, and they count as human gods, even though they technically aren't. But where like a lot of other alien stuff and, you know, gods from other places they don't mingle with like, you know, the you know, divine spirits and that kind of thing, that stuff, and like the reverse side of the world, but the Olympian gods do. And like, you know, all the like, you know, demigods that they had, right, like through, you know, with babies and stuff, that they made those with their humanoid, you know, avatars, not their robot selves. It's like the version of Artemis we've seen is her like humanoid avatar, and then this is a Lostbelt version of Artemis who's a little bit different, and you do see her avatar at one point. It takes a while, but it looks almost like the one we have, but black instead of red, and she's got like this stupid fucking visor thing on. It's kind of funny, Drake and Poseidon basically double down ultimately in Lostbelt 5.1, because before you get here, Drake has already like tried to attack Poseidon, and she was able to destroy one of his cores, so like his shield has a hole in it. But she got cursed in the process, and then she can't leave like that one island or go out into the sea. And that results in her getting killed by Poseidon's comrade, you know, Artemis. But then Poseidon, though, dies because of that hole in his shield. Drake's, you know, comrades are able to board Poseidon and ultimately kill him. So they kind of did the same thing to each other and double down, so it's kind of funny. 1 AP though. I'm trying to remember. It's like basically chaos. Your primordial chaos is this like crazy flaming eyeball mothership thing. It's a pretty unique existence in the Nasuverse. And the Titans were like, you know, I'm trying to remember how it works exactly. I think the Titans were sent out by it, basically, and then the Titans made the Olympian gods or something. It's pretty whack, man. Yeah, Poseidon's true self is not in Oceanus. It's like his shade or his avatar or something. They don't really explain it very clearly, but it's not like full-on Poseidon, which it should have been obvious because of course Drake can't beat full-on Poseidon. It's just, that's stupid. Like the Titans are almost like ships or something, I remember, or something like that. Yeah, no, we never get to see Poseidon's humanoid form, and it's because basically, before the story starts, Zeus has basically brain wiped Poseidon, uses him as like an automated defense system, basically, because Poseidon was one of the gods that like rose up against him during all the drama beforehand. He's kind of just nuts. And then doesn't she have like a command spell on her? I can't remember why, but you know, she basically has to betray us, and she doesn't even remember that that's like a thing that she has to do yet. Was it a command spell? I can't remember what sets her up to have to do that. I can't remember. It was nanomachines or something. It might have just been nanomachines. Yeah, I think she's Odysseus' servant. Yeah, something like that. I think it's like, and she knew if she didn't like, because yeah, I think she's one of the French servants that was summoned actually. I'm not sure she was actually summoned by Odysseus. I can't remember. She might have been summoned by the world, like the other French servants. But she basically knows the only way she won't be killed is if she makes like a contract with Odysseus. And like her contract has to be to try to kill us and all that, but then, like, because of the way her NP works, she basically, you know, sets it up so she can kill Odysseus in the long run, right? It's something it's been a while, I can't quite remember. But I think she was ultimately just summoned with the other French servants. And I think she just makes like a pact with Odysseus or whatever. She's actually like really five-head in this story. And Odysseus like really underestimates her and gets ganked. Yeah, I knew there was something to do with nanomachines. I can't really remember though. She's a sleeper agent every match. But yeah, Odysseus really underestimates her and gets stabbed. She ultimately kills him. I'm not sure he actually gets stabbed in the chest window. I think that's more of a joke. I don't think that actually is confirmed. Yeah, she has like a special type of guts where she doesn't like, at that point she doesn't even have her memories anymore. She basically only can carry out like her mission. It's like kind of messed up. I'll be right back. I need to get water. I'm super thirsty, man. Oh boy. Oh my god, there's that one stage where you have to use VR Mash and then like the snake who's being counterclassed. That's such a mess. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to level up my Mash skills, man. come back. But yeah, I really like that you unlock Hercules' buff by beating 5-1, not 5-2. So you can have it for 5-2. I love that so much, and I'm sure they did that on purpose too. Because he added the buff after 5-2, right? We're totally doing that though. We are getting that buff. And then once Herc is 10-10-10, and we have his buff, this will be the Hercules account instead of the newbie account. Maybe we wait until we get NP2 for that, but I don't know, we'll see. We're fighting this lizard and this lizard only. I'm petrified. This account can't do Tesla versus Zeus because you don't get a support. Wait. No, you do not get a support for Zeus. And this account doesn't have Tesla, so I need story replay for that. That's why I'm working on Tesla now, though. I'm hoping that, you know, down the line, they finally make story replay a thing, and then I'm hoping to have my Tesla, like, in NP2 with an animation update. I've got him 10-10-10, right? Level 90, 10-10-10, but I'm probably gonna grail him. Okay. I'm gonna stab a bitch. Fucking crit up. See, I should have factored that in. I could have done quick last turn. I could have done like Buster quick last turn, and then I could also then I could, you know, potentially get crits here, and that'd be fine. But I didn't think that far ahead. If we had Mozart, it'd be fine, right? Have Mozart make 50 stars, do art up, then you don't mind crit up. You know, Rex, you know what's sad? I really, this is the truth. If you buffed her so she got all 3 of her effects on her 3rd skill, she would still be worse than Kojiro. And by a pretty noticeable amount still. She would be a lot better though, and that would, if people that grail her would, you know, would be alright. Now, if they buffed her 3rd skill so she got all 3 types, and then they buffed her again, so she had an upgraded NP, then she'd be alright. I'm telling you, she would absolutely still be worse than Kojiro because she is so far behind. So first off, you know, Kojiro basically gets unlimited quick up because of his thing, right? And she's got art up to match that, although overall Kojiro is probably going to have more uptime than her, but she matches that. And then she'd have NP up as well. But Kojiro has an upgraded NP and she doesn't. And like, okay, well, she's got the crit up though, but he also has the crit up. And he also makes his own stars. And his evade will block more hits normally. So it's like, it's really not even comparable. It's like, he's just so much better than her. Because he makes his own stars. And like, he keeps making them. He doesn't really stop. Like, if you play Kojiro properly, in either team or solo, or last man standing, he pretty much is just constantly generating stars, and so he's constantly benefiting from his own crit up, right? And then he gets 3-turn quick up every time he NPs, and because of his crits, it's easy for him to NP every 3 turns, right? It's like, he is way better than her, right? They both suffer from the same issue of being a pure DPS character that has very low stats, so they're in the same boat in that department. But in terms of just like what they do versus each other, it's not really that close. Right now, Kojiro is just a fuckload better than she is, and if you gave her a nice buff like that, that would help. But I don't see how, like, she's still behind. Like, yeah, she has a crit up, that's great, but I mean, he's got that too, and then she won't actually crit reliably on her own, where he will, and then you know, he just loops better than she does, and he has more solid survivability. But if they buffed her in P and they buffed her 3rd skill, then she'd be looking pretty good. Because then she's got, you know, attack up, art up, NP up, upgraded NP, you know, like that's pretty swell at that point. Still, if you wanted to be like your main, you know, assassin, you're gonna have to grail the shit out of her, but that's my thing. It's like, I don't mind if, like, I don't think units like Kojiro and Charlotte should be common, right? But it fits them fairly well, and it's okay, and if they're kind of there for the people that really like them and want to grail them. But generally, 1-stars just don't work as DPS. But if you make a 1-star every once in a while that has a very good toolkit, and if you grail them, you can really kind of come into its own, that's fine, right? And so that's what Charlotte needs, because that's how Kojiro is. Kojiro really is a very nice unit if you do grill him to 100 and 2k phone, all this stuff, right? And he keeps that low team cost. Charlotte's not quite there. She's close, but she needs a little bit more, you know, oomph. But really, she's very close, right? Like, she's got some nice skills. If they just do some little bit extra, you know, oomph here and there, I think she'll be totally fine. Yeah, then Sanson is just, you know, bad. The only thing Sanson has going for him is the fact that he has debuff clear. That's it. Like that's the whole thing he's got going for him, is just the fact that he has debuff clear. Good old Orion. And I will say, Sanson sees a little bit of use when you cut out 3 stars. And even if you have 3 stars, you'll see a tiny bit of use when you fight like Berserker or Riders that are evil. But not much. And if they're not evil, then you're definitely not, you don't really care. He's mostly for the debuff clear, and then he's got, like, you know, for a low star, he's got an okay, you know, punch on his NP if the enemy's evil, right? Because he's got an upgraded NP, he's got the defense down, and then those niches and stuff. But it does not come up often. Only every once in a while is it like, yeah, this is worth doing. And it really is generally just when you're doing 1 to 2 star, because then his you know, he's got a lot less there's not a lot of 1 to 2 star nukers, right? That's not much of a thing. And if they're evil, he kind of is the best bet you got. Where, you know, if you bring in 3 stars, then it's pretty hard to justify him for anything. I think Charlotte's gonna get buffed though. I'm not even worried about it. I think it'll happen. I'm a little worried that it'll take them too long to do it, but she's popular. It's kind of obvious that she's behind Kojiro, so it's like, I think she'll get buffed. Because I mean, really, she's pretty damn popular, so really, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't happened yet. But you know, DW, they're pretty slow with these kinds of things. Probably should have used one of Orion's skills there. And people are always wanting a Matahari buff, and I'm like, she really doesn't need one, but the thing is, I think what happens is people don't like what her role is. I think enough people realize that, yeah, she actually is a pretty nice, you know, free-to-play damage support, you know, for any card type. But people, that's not how people want to use Matahari. You know, they want her to do Sergeant stuff or Charm stuff, and she doesn't really work for that. You know, a battery would be nice, because if she could get her NP nice and easy, that would make her better as a charm bullshit thing, but it'd also make her better as a buffer too. Like, it'd be really nice if she could come in from the back row, from like a Switch Mystic Code or someone dying, and then with like a vanilla K-scope, not MLB K-scope, but like a vanilla K-scope, be able to get her own NP without needing waiver or something like that. That would be very useful for her. Like, that'd make her much better. And what I would actually like to see is give her a 25% battery or something, or 30% battery. That way she works with the Sakura CE as well. So, like, you pretty reasonably can use her that way. Like, okay, George died, now Matahari comes in. She now gives us a 60% damage buff, and then maybe she charms. Right? That's pretty awesome, right? Like, that's really good. And that kind of fits her style, right? Like, she shouldn't be a damage dealer in any way. That doesn't fit her in the slightest and just doesn't make any sense. But making her a support, right, and like charm and stuff, that'd be really useful. 18% battery, yeah, that would be really annoying. A lot of times you don't really care if she dies quickly, because you mostly use her to show up and use her buffs or debuffs, and that's that. But yeah, I guess she has DPS in the fact that if she was 100 2k foed, she benefits from her own defense down. That's about it. I wouldn't give her buff removal, because they've kind of given that as a niche to other people. So I would focus on other things with her. I would focus more on the charm and the support. Because she makes sense, like lore-wise that makes sense. Where buff removal really doesn't make any sense. But like charm and you know, supporting her teammates, that does make sense. Like I would focus more on that kind of stuff. Besides, I think low stars could use better support any. You know what you could do? This would be this might be too much. This really might be too much. This might make her too good for a low star. But you could give her team-wide battery, because I'm always saying though, like, low stars really are lacking in battery skills. There are no low stars. There are no free-to-play units that give more than 20% battery, which is really obnoxious. Asclepius is 20% battery. Mash is 20% battery. Shakespeare is 20% battery. Like, it's really annoying. It would be really nice if we could get somebody that, you know, does more than that. And someday, I don't know if Matahari is the one for this, but it'd be nice if at some point we get a low star that has a 50% battery. Now, they need to overall be much weaker than Waver, because, you know, Waver gets 50% battery and then 20% to everyone, and then also defense up, damage cut, attack up, damage plus, crit up, you know, like, that's a lot. A low star equivalent needs to be way worse than that. They need to basically be the 50% battery and almost nothing else, right? Like, they give almost nothing else, because then they would be still way worse than Scatty and Waver and that kind of thing. But if they don't want it to be that easy to get a 50% battery, then you could at least make it like 40%. Because you're still going to be behind a lot of the, like, synergies and stuff that can just, like, boom, boom, go. But it's still good enough that, like, you can get your, like, you're definitely going to get your NP really soon. If you have a CE like Demonic and you really want to get a turn 1 NP, you can, things like that. Just more options for low stars in the battery department. Like, if you don't want to go 50%, at least give them a 40%. Like, I think a low star support that has a 40% battery, only for one unit, right? Because, you know, Waver gives 50% and then, you know, 20 to everyone, where this unit would only be 50 for one, or 40 for one. I think that would be fine. And then, like, a lot more reasonable, you know, buffs. And if they had another good ability, make it only on their NP, and, like, their other skills are kind of, you know, maybe even selfish stuff that won't help too much, like, for the team. But seriously, low stars need a fucking battery. It's so annoying that they don't have one. Full background here. But yeah, giving Matahari some kind of support would be nice. Yeah, no, even Nobukatsu is 20%. Like, they never go beyond 20% for low stars, dude. They fear it. For they are cowards. But I don't think anyone would really mind if Matahari became a staple low star. Because, you know, right now the staple low stars are like Han, Shingon, Mirage, Spartacus, David, you know, those kinds of things are very, very... George, you know. If Matahari had her own place in that kind of area, that's fine. Like, she's not even my favorite character by any means, but, like, yeah, that's not a problem. You know, there's so many low star niches that are not covered. I mean, there's so many. Like, oh my god, there's so many. So she could be useful in just covering a niche like that anyway. And then on top of that, you know, she's popular, and I think people would be happy to see her used more. So yeah, I agree. I think Shingon is amazing because they really did a good job with him. Like, they really did a good job with him. They did such a good job with him, I am convinced that it was an accident. So, for example, he has uses on, like, whale setups and stuff. That's pretty rare for low stars, but he absolutely has uses on whale setups and stuff. But the way you use Shingon and whale setups is not applicable to how you use them on low star setups. It's just not, right? And, like, you can see it on this account. This account has no way of taking advantage of Qingong in that way, right? It takes a while for an account to really be able to benefit from Qingong's NP, right? Outside of using it for damage, but for, like, the cycling and stuff, you know, you're not gonna really get access for that for a while, but you will eventually, right? You are supports and stuff where that will work with that, but that's more of a later thing. But more as just like a you know, ground level support. He's still good because he gives you damage cut, defense, generic buster up, you know the little bit of battery, and then a taunt. That's great. Like, that's awesome. That's an awesome thing to have, but a lot of that stuff isn't very applicable on more of the high-end stuff. So it's a really nice middle ground. And then when you really go ham, you can actually set the team up for him, and he's the one doing the damage, right? Which is a completely different style of setup, how you'd use all of his skills. Like, so super flexible. Basically, it's 3 gameplay styles, if not 4. Very useful in all of those fronts, but not OP. He's not OP. He really is not OP, especially, like, if you have a weaker account like this one and you just slap him on the team, he is not going to carry you at all, right? But he can be very helpful. He can be very, very helpful, but he's definitely not going to carry you, and he's very comparable to, like, Hans and the other supports. So he's not power creep. He's just not power creep. But he's still very useful. And then his design is, you know, really good. His voice actor's 10 out of 10. You know, what his gameplay does matches his lore perfectly. So it's like, I really agree. He's, objectively, I think he's one of their best designed characters. He's actually based on what he's based on, right? He's not like a space cowgirl for some fucking reason, right? Like, he's actually based on what he's based on. And his gameplay reflects that very well. And at the same time is offering the player base something that's incredibly useful for new players and veteran players and people that just like him. If you like him, you can 2k foe him and level 100 him and all that, and you can use him as a DPS for God's sakes, right? Like, it's fantastic. So I really wish they would do that good of a job more often, but unfortunately they don't. But that's what I was saying. I'm convinced that it was an accident. I'm just so shocked that they basically made a unit that has a really, he scales very well and can be used really well on the high end, but he's not even remotely power creep on the lower end. Like, he's just not. He's a useful unit on the lower end, sure, but he is absolutely not power creep. And a lot of times when you do use him, he's interchangeable with some of the other budget supports, right? And it's almost just preference, and maybe one is slightly better RNG than the other, right? Like, that's really well designed, but again, I think it's an accident, so. I don't know, I feel like sometimes, like, there is enough good design in this game with the units when they're, like, balanced against each other, like 100 Face versus Shiki and stuff, that, you know, I think sometimes it is designed, it is intentional, but I just don't think they always, you know, I think different people are in charge of, you know, different balance and stuff, and I think sometimes they really stop and think about it, and or it's an area that they're knowledgeable in, and then sometimes they're not even thinking about it. They're not even thinking about, like, oh, we buffed this unit, and we didn't even think about Hector, right? Like, I think that happens a lot, so, but I do think sometimes they legitimately are like, yeah, you know, this unit needs to be, you know, have their own niche versus this other unit, and, you know, or low, like a Slipius, you know, low stars obviously need anti-debuff and stuff like that. Just click all the buttons. No need for finesse here. Shakespeare does need a buff. Shakespeare does not need a buff if you've got what's it called? Poster Girl, that's the one. Yeah, if Shakespeare has Poster Girl, he doesn't need a buff at all, but obviously, overwhelmingly, most people don't have that. And I think we can all agree that Shakespeare is aimed at free-to-play accounts and new accounts and stuff like that. He's not aimed at people that have been playing this game for 90 years and have got, you know, Poster Girl, right? So, even though he's like busted with Poster Girl, fuck it, you need to design him so he's a useful unit for people that are new or free to play, and you just need a guaranteed buster support, right? And I do think it'd be very fitting if he was the unit that got the bigger battery, that goes beyond 20%. I think it's very fitting if he got that. If they gave Shakespeare a 40% battery at least, I'd be really happy. Like, that would help him a lot. I don't think they're going to add a permanent taunt CE, and if they do, I think it'll just be one turn, and one turn taunt CEs are just, they're okay, but they're not that good, right? Like, they're so much more limited in what they can do. And the reason I don't think they're going to add another, like, a proper unlimited taunt CE is because they know they're too strong. When they first made taunt CEs, they didn't think they were going to be that strong, but taunt CEs are ungodly powerful, right? And that's why they're one of the rarest things in the game. And they're all limited, and all but one is only a one-turn taunt. There's a very good reason for that. But I will say, from a game design standpoint, I do agree they need to add an unlimited one, because they're such an impact. They are such a team, like, forming, you know, you build a whole team around them, for God's sakes. Like, they're unbelievably impactful, and having something that fundamental, like, they just need to make an unlimited version. Like, it's just too good. And it needs to at least be like the Caneth CE. Why did I say that? I'm trying to save that guy money, by the way, but, you know, even if it's like, K-Scope, there we go, where it's like, it's a staple, but, it's something you can work towards, but you're not necessarily going to have it day one. It's kind of like the Anti-Berserker CE. So good if you get it, and you'll probably get it eventually, but it might take a while. It's like, oh shit, that's awesome. I finally got the you know, K-Scope, and now all these other setups are available to me because I got it. Or, hey, I got, you know, that one CE, and now a bunch of setups are available to me. Now I can put it on David and stuff, right? where if you had a taunt CE and that's unlimited, but it's still a 5-star, so it's rare, but then once you're probably gonna get it eventually, and once you do get it, like, oh hey, now I can finally do those kinds of setups. Lost always covering for Kana C, by the way. Thank you for the gift that's up though. Legit, I don't want to, like, you know, make that guy spend any more money, man. He's already, like, giving me way too many gifted subs, man. But really, the Kana CE, I can say it now, right? Because we're through the hoop. The Kana CE is exactly what I'm talking about, though, because it's such... It's rare enough that you don't just, like, have it, but it's common enough if you play the game enough that you're probably going to get it eventually, and it's really impactful, right? Like, the Kana CE can really affect the way you set a team up, and it can allow, like, specific units to live for a really long time if you need them to and stuff like that. And hey, you get flat damage out of it, so I don't mind CEs like that. I really don't. They just need to be unlimited. I mind it when you have really, like, impactful CEs like that are limited time and, like, Gasha only. That I don't like that. And generally that's not a problem. They've done good about not doing that, but Poster Girl is an exception because it was really old and they didn't know it was going to be that overpowered. And then I don't even know what to say about the Yang CE. I don't know what I don't see how they thought that was okay. I have no idea how they thought that was okay. I legit think they were like, guys, only a few units are going to allow you to have good uptime on burn, and they're not that strong of units anyway. Like, Yang is good, but she's not broken or anything, so it's fine. But command codes, right? Fucking command codes, right? It's like, it's so busted. Imagine if the Yang CE had starting NP. That's its only flaw, is it doesn't have starting NP. Yeah, I know, they added a burn. See, here's the thing. I know they added a burn command code that event, but, hey, Say, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. But they're thinking one burn command code in a team setting isn't going to have good enough uptime to have it all the time. But the thing is, there's 3 burn command codes. So it's not hard to have burn up, you know, with really high uptime, even in a team setting. Yeah, I mean, I tell you, they've done, over the years, they've done a pretty good job with with CEs and not making something that's crazy, you know, broken. But that was a real oversight, I think, and it's obvious because we've tested it. The value on that thing is disgusting. I mean, it's just disgusting, and I think it's so blatantly like an oversight on their part. But because it's so good, I'm gonna limit break it when it comes back. I'm gonna make sure I limit break it when it comes back, and I won't use it like in team videos for like challenge quests and stuff, unless I don't know they do something as broken as the Knights of the Round Table again, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table again. But yeah, outside of stuff like that, I just use it for like Mimi solos and stuff like that. But it's having something that strong is kind of fun because first off, it can make weaker units like kind of keep up with stronger units. But then you can also put it on stronger units and just make them so good that it's like, why is this even a thing? Like when you look at like the top of the line units and then when they're using it, it's the things they're able to accomplish is just, it's like, this ain't right. They're gonna bring it back though. They've never not reran a summer event, and summer events are just too popular. Like you think they're gonna pass up on like rating up Tomoe and Brunhilde and all that? Like they can't, right? They value that rate up way more than they value a broken CE, like messing up the meta or something. And it doesn't actually affect the meta too much because the meta is all about starting NP and K-scope and that kind of thing. So not a lot of units can afford to have a CE like that's more long-term. You know, it pays itself off for not having starting NP, but you normally try to, you know, whales try to win before that. Although I have seen whales still use it some though, just for the Pearson vulnerability and that kind of thing.
Hi, so hi. Yeah.
Because every once in a while, it's not a godsend because they may have debuff immunity and starting MP might be just so important. But there are a lot of there's a lot of like low star setups that if you used Yang CE would be so much easier. Or otherwise it's either like out of your reach or just like really, really hard. Yeah, honestly, I agree. The meta is pretty broken at this point. And because it's such a single player game and so many players will not have access Like, most people weren't playing the game since day one, and they're not grabbing every CE that's overpowered, because a lot of times an old CE becomes ridiculous because of some new unit, or some new combo, or whatever, right? Most people just don't have access to these things. So it's like, for most people, you know, all the, like, the double scatting nonsense, that's just, it's not even a thing, really. And that's good. That's a good thing. But yeah, it's not worth worrying about too much. It's more like the players need to kind of get a grip, right? You know, people gotta, you know, not always like follow the whales and try to return everything. Just like relax and enjoy your game, right? You're not like a bad person because you're not returning a farming node, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter. You know, make the units you like work, beat the bosses in the way you find enjoyable, right? If you like being meta, go for it. It's fine. But I see a lot of people trying to like mimic the meta, and they only started playing the game a year ago, and so they can't. And you know, it doesn't seem like a fun time. Golden Sumo actually does have a chance of coming back, though. I think we will see it again. I think it'd be a huge oversight, because we're probably going to get a main interlude for that event eventually. I think it'd be a really insane oversight for them to not bring it back. And the thing about Golden Sumo is I actually like Golden Sumo because it's good, and it's very efficient in terms of like something to level, but it's not broken at all. And if you don't have it, you're not really screwed. There's a million alternatives to it. And a lot of the alternatives are actually better, but they're only better for one kind of unit, where Golden Sumo is like this universal thing. I will say this though, there are a few units that really like Golden Sumo because they don't stick to a certain card color. You know, like Canis and Ku, they really like Golden Sumo because both of them really like starting in P because neither of them have batteries or anything like that. And both of them switch up their card colors a lot. And also, like, Canis especially really likes her extra attack. And the only thing that, you know, affects every card color at the same time and then affects her extra attack is attack up, right? Because, like, when Canis does her, you know, her big combo turn, right, and she's lined all the things up, you know, that extra attack can just be so devastating because of the way her other skills work that she's totally happy if her craft essence is also helping it. Can't really do anything too fun this turn. That's unfortunate. Wanted Ricky to get a Buster card or something. You can only suicide with him if your health is low enough. Wow, that looks really weird in fast mode. I couldn't keep it in slow-mo. The horse is moving kind of quick there in fast mode. Guys, aren't you glad that Ushi got her animation update and now we can play Lostbelt 5? Oh, wait. Okay, what do you think? Because 5-2 is what I really care about, right? I'm gonna put a lot of effort into my 5-2 streams. I'm not gonna stream it unless I'm in like the right mindset and I got the time and like I can make a nice, you know, like series. I really am gonna try to make really good videos for 5-2 or good streams, you know. So the question is, by the time I'm ready to do that, and you know, will we have a Ushi animation update when I do 5-2, right? Because I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna level up some units. I'm gonna have like Medea, right? Because we got you know, Aphrodite and everything, right? So no. Wow, Chad has no. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. I feel like, you know, it's gonna be, you know, it's not gonna take me loads of time to get ready for 5-2, but I'm, you know, I'm not gonna rush it, right? So I have faith. I think I think it'll happen. And you know, theoretically, chat, I can cheat and I could just not stream 5-2 until she gets the animation update. And I could just be like, but no, I'll do it when I feel like it's time. But 3 years later, let's hope not. Yeah, I want to like pick my Grail targets. I want to get a few units that, like, I want to get Lane Tori up just for the fun of it, and stuff like that. Like, I want to get, you know, I want to really enjoy 5-2. Which is why I should be farming this lottery really hard, but I'm not, because I'm stupid. I'll try to do that after this stream, I swear. I'm gonna try to like pick some food, Maybe I'll try that Castlevania anime. Here's the thing, this kills me. I haven't watched a lot of anime in a while, but when I watch anime, I actually don't like doing something on the side. Because I really enjoy analyzing music, art style, budget, you know, the fight scenes, the dialogue, right? I care about the art a lot in anime because I like drawing and I like animation. It's an area that I really enjoy, and so I like being able to really pay attention. That's why I don't actually normally when I watch an anime, I will almost always watch the dub first because one, I don't hate the English language, and I think there's a lot of really good voice actors in English. Now there's some exceptions. There are some dubs that I just do not like. And also sometimes the Japanese version is just so good. But if the dub is decent, I will oftentimes watch the dub first because I don't have to read the subtitles, which means I can focus. Because I don't just want to look at the art, I want to look at the background art, and I like all that stuff. Like, I actually love background art. I'm a huge fan of people that do environmental art and stuff. And so I always like to pay extra attention to like the background art and stuff. So yeah, I don't like reading subtitles the first time I watch an anime. So I can like really pay attention to that stuff. So I normally will watch the Japanese version second. Now there are exceptions to that. There are some companies that I really don't like, and for dubs and stuff, and things. So there are some dubs that I really try to avoid, but it just depends. But yeah, I don't really want to farm an FGO while watching an anime because I won't be able to concentrate enough. Now there's other shows and stuff that I wouldn't mind watching that I don't care so much, but just depends. But yeah, people tell me to watch that Castlevania anime for like years, and I never have. But one of these days. There's quite a few anime though that I actually definitely prefer the dub, but there's plenty that I prefer the Japanese version too. I don't honestly have to go through like every anime I've ever watched and try to see which way it goes, but off the top of my head, it's probably pretty 50-50, I would think. Well, no, it probably does favor Japanese stuff a little bit, especially because older anime, the dubs were terrible. Like when anime was kind of newer in the West, you know, first off, the budget wasn't there, and there wasn't a lot of experience for voice actors and stuff, so a lot of early dubs were pretty atrocious. So that definitely skews it a bit. Okay, Cowboy Bebop, though, actually is really good in the dub, in my opinion. I think the Cowboy Bebop dub is super good. Although, you know what? I've actually never watched that in the Japanese version, now that I think about it. I've never seen Cowboy Bebop in the Japanese version, so I don't have an opinion on that one. I do still like the dub a lot, though. Oh yeah, Black Lagoon has a very good dub. That's actually one of my favorite dubs, I would say. That was done very well. And also just because of the setting, it actually works really well. I feel like Revy is supposed to be able to speak English, right? Like, because she grew up in America, so the English can be kind of weird in the Japanese version there. But there's plenty of original Japanese like voice acting that I just love to death. Like, Jesus. Yeah, I've seen quite a few creators that have liked English dubs a lot. It's not surprising because some, you know, a lot of times the creators, you know, they don't have like this elitism bullshit that a lot of the times the fans do. And, you know, they just want to see their creation brought to life well. That's all they really care about. And sometimes anime is like set in America and stuff. Like Baccano is set in America and stuff, so sometimes it just works better. But, you know, sometimes it's set in Japan, it obviously works better the other way, so there's no real consistency to this stuff. But, like, there are some Japanese voice actors that are just amazing. Like, they're just amazing, but there's some English voice actors that are just fucking amazing, so that's why, like I said, there's really no consistency for me. I like both. What, here we go. We'll show off Truck Coon's. Dude, he has got such an insane Okita. Like, it's, look at this thing. It's just maxed, man. Like, it's ridiculous. This is where I wish I had Alexander. This is such a good stage for Alexander, because quick support, and then there's casters. I'll try to kill off Qingong, I think. Oh, alright. I go turn my heater off. I tell you, at that time of year, man, it's like... you don't have the heater on at all, and then it gets too cold, but then you turn it on, and then the house gets too hot, so...
新選組一番隊隊長起きた掃除参る
Oh, and it's stage 1 Okita. That's the best stage, by the way. Also the rarest. I do not see that stage much.
覚悟
God, they really just, that animation is so not smooth, man. I wish they just put a little bit more effort into her animation update. Like, god damn it, man. Like, I like how she's got 2 animation updates, but neither of them were full animation updates. Like, how does that work? Like she got 2 animation updates, but she never got a complete revamp. It's just, it's stupid. Yeah, maybe Redline will fix it, but I doubt it. She even need this buff? Probably not. Well, we'll see. Not if she wants to kill a Lancer, but we're gonna try to have her kill the caster there. I wish she had gotten 2 cards. That would have been swell. She put Hans in the front and Shin-Gong in the back again. Because at some point I want to cycle, and it doesn't matter which one I cycle. Yeah, Okita is pretty weak in lore, but it's not because... How do I so she can be saved by plot armor, because everything can. You can literally have completely illogical nonsense bullshit, you know, just completely destroy logic. But so if things play out logically and there's no, you know, plot armor, no writing protection, right? She's got huge props. She's very skilled, right? She's a very skilled individual and stuff, and she has a good noble phantasm and that kind of thing. But one of her skills is so bad, it basically, honestly, without plot armor, she just can't. There's no way she could win. It's impossible. Now, you know, the power of the pin can fix that. But basically, she has a skill that represents her tuberculosis. And at any time, it can just kick in and basically incapacitate her. And it says if she's fighting, it's way more likely to kick in. And the more intense the fight, the more likely it is to happen. And it, like, just straight up incapacitates her and she's screwed, right? Like, maybe you could force through it with a command spell or something, but that's a huge disadvantage, right? If you have to use a command spell to just not fall over, you know, dying, coughing, the other master could use a command spell to just make their servant stronger, right? It's not good. So, honestly, if there's no power of the pin, I think she's totally fucked, right? If you play it out logically, she's just so fucked, because though any kind of hard fight almost guarantees that her tuberculosis is going to kick her ass, and most servants are going to be able to kill her if that's happening. And that's like, and the thing is, she's designed that way because that's how her life basically was. And in real life, you know, the, you know, he version, but like in Fate, it's basically she had all this talent and power, but she, you know, didn't really get to live very long, and it was kind of, you know, she didn't get to become the best that she could be, so... She has no chance against Hercules, though, even without the tuberculosis, just because she doesn't have enough ways to kill him, like, at all. So she'd be in really big trouble on that one. But that's most servants. That's like no barometer for anything. Most servants do not have a way to beat Hercules #1. Like, that's pretty standard. Izo's pretty good. Izo's got some pretty nasty stuff. So his whole thing, I love this about Izo, because so many of the Japanese servants are like this overly romanticized, you know, take on, you know, the blade and everything. And I don't really care about that stuff. But so I love Izo because, you know, you got like, you know, Masashi trying to be void and shit over there, and you got Kojiro, you know, slaying swallows a million times, and you know, all these people trying to be all like, you know, super mystical, serious blade master and everything. And Izo isn't any of that. He doesn't care about any of the honor, the void, the magic, the mysticism. You know, he is just pure, you know, practical murder hobo. Right? Like, literally, he has no, he doesn't care about any of that, like, you know, self-centered, you know, bullshit. None of that. He's just pure practical manslayer, right? Just kill the thing. And he's got the ability to basically copy any sword technique that he sees. He can't quite do it as good as the original in a lot of cases. And I'd imagine he's limited to what his body can do, so there's some things that might just be impossible for him. But that's a really nifty ability that he has, and he's got, you know, decent stats and skills, nothing like phenomenal, but if you read like his manslayer ability and everything, like, he really is a monster with the blade, but he's he's a monster in such a different way from like Sitting Master and everything, right? You know, he doesn't do any of that stuff, and he's just murder, 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 murder. And he's basically like, you know, most swordsmen like that are in Fate, like the katana wielders anyway, you know, they really would not respect him at all, or, you know, like the way he approaches things. But he'll murder them anyway, right? So it's great. So yeah, I really like him, and I like his voice actor and his design, and honestly, Izo is just awesome. I really like the way they handled him and like his voice lines and everything. So, but yeah, his biggest thing is like his sword technique copying shenanigans, but his MP's pretty nasty too. So yeah, he died early too, but you know, he doesn't have a skill that kind of forces that to happen. So yeah, I think Sitting Master is a really strong, you know, weeb servant that people overlook. Yeah, he's got some flaws in his kit, but he's pretty strong. So where I sit, now I have my own, everyone's biased though. These, when it comes to subjective things, you should be biased. They're subjective, right? Like literally what you think is cool or not cool is nothing but subjective, right? So it's fine, right? And the main thing is you don't want to be a dick about it, and you know, that's how I try to be. But like, from my perspective, there really aren't that many cool Japanese servants, because I just don't like a lot of like Japanese figures in history, and I don't like their style and stuff, and I don't like their take on like combat, because it's not actually that practical in a lot of situations. But I like that stuff. But that's, you know, that's just my taste, right? But there still are some Japanese servants. There's plenty of Japanese servants in this game that I still really like. But there's a lot less than other. I have like, if you compare like all the if you put them all in like percentage wise, because there's more Japanese servants than, you know, other things. So of course there's going to be more that I dislike. But if you look at the percentages of like the Greek and the Celtic and Irish, you know, specifically, you know, the Japanese servants don't do as well as a lot of the other ones. But yeah, they do all right though. But yeah, they're just not my style. They're not my style at all. You know what's sad is the American servants are not my style, even though I'm American and I actually really like gunslingers and that part of history. But there's almost none of them, and every time they make a fucking American servant, they don't take it seriously at all, and they make Paul Bunyan and Edison and that kind of thing. And I'm like, what the fuck, right? Like, not only do we not have a lot of North American servants, most of them are not done seriously. It really bothers me, man, because with Japanese servants, they really they have the variety. There's a lot of Japanese servants that are pretty serious. There's a lot of Japanese servants that are wacky, and there's some in the middle, right? Like, there's so many designs for but there's so many. Dude, every time people say this, I just want to slap the shit out of them, because I've heard this so many times. And then so many of these people are just fucking hypocrites because they like a lot of the Japanese servants. So they'll say shit like, oh, most Fate servants look ridiculous, trying to like justify Calamity Jane or Paul Bunyan or whatever, right? Or they'll say, oh, it'd be boring if they just added a regular, you know, George Washington or Van Gogh. But nobody says that about like Sitting Master and Kojiro. And, like, there's so many fucking Japanese servants that are so normal, right? And that's fine, but then no, how we couldn't possibly add, you know, Calamity Jane using a normal gun. No, that's too boring now. Like, it's so stupid, right? So like the Japanese servants get this wide variety, you know, they have the ridiculous stuff like Sei, but they also have just, you know, countless characters that are just totally normal, right? And then same for European servants. There's definitely some European servants that are, you know, out there, but there's a huge number of European servants that are just completely normal. Yeah, they're anime, everyone's anime, but like, you know, most of the Knights of the Round and stuff are pretty much anime knights, right? Like you would expect, right? But for some reason, with North American stuff, they gotta just run everything and make everything crazy wacky, because all Americans are all about, like, you know, Donald Trump and cheeseburgers, am I right? And it's just infuriating, man. Like, literally, we have Billy and Geronimo. That's it. And they don't even remember Geronimo exists, so that barely even counts. Like, it's pretty much Billy. Billy's like the only like good representation we have here for like cool North Americans. I mean, I do think Geronimo is really cool. It's just, again, he's terrible gameplay wise, and I don't think they even remember he exists. So But hey, we have Saber Lancelot, so, you know, there's that.
これでお任せしよっち
But yeah, it drives me crazy that NA just gets... Not only does NA not get very many things, but when it does get things, they do shit like Edison and Paul. And I'm just like, come on, dude.
逃さんはっ遅い
Maybe someday. At least that other gunslinger that they showed in their sprite has normal guns, right? Instead of, you know, whatever Calamity Jane has. So that's at least something. Now, that doesn't mean that the guns are gonna fire ballistics, right? She could still fire rainbow lasers, you know, still, but, you know, we'll see. And then people always say, oh, but North American stuff's too recent. That is objectively wrong. I honestly I cannot even fathom how that comes out of people's mouths. Because there's like a mountain of evidence right in front of them that proves that that's not the case, and they just ignore it and say it anyway. Like when people act like NA stuff is too recent, that's just insane, right? So it's like, okay, we've got Moriarty, we've got Billy the Kid, we've got Calamity Jane, we've got Geronimo, so this confirms that things in that era can be servants, and yet somehow George Washington can't? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? And like, obviously, and this is what Nasu actually said originally, like way back in Fate Stay Night, was it's harder to become famous when you're closer to the modern era, and that's true because there's multiple reasons. And the main reason Nasu gave, which I actually completely disagree with, but the main reason he gave was because like technology does so much more of the work, people don't care as much about the individual, and that's true sometimes. But that's just bullshit because I mean, countless people with swords and shields, no one cared about. Right? It's about the exceptional people. It doesn't really matter what tools you're using. Like the Red Baron is really famous. You know, the White Death is really famous. Billy the Kid is really famous. It doesn't matter what the technology is at. It's just certain people do things that make them become very famous, like, you know, Winston Churchill or Edison and Tesla and all these things, right? Plenty of people become very, very famous regardless of the technology. Now this is a point that Nasu has made that is completely true, and this is so true. Sometimes things aren't legendary for a long time though. Like when the Red Baron was literally alive, he was not legendary and he wasn't as known. He is way more known now, you know, way after the fact, because it takes time for these things to spread and for like, you know, the legend to build and stuff. Now some things become very famous very quickly, but that's abnormal. That's very abnormal, right? It's rare. You know, like a lot of stories, like the first time someone put the name Achilles to paper, it's not like he instantly was known around Greece or the world. That's objectively not how it was. Not only did it take a while for those stories to become famous in Greece, it took way longer for them to become globally. It took like extremely long time for a lot of like Greek legends and stuff to become, you know, known globally. Now they're like you know, staples around the world. But so yes, a lot of things that are more recent from North America are not at that point yet, and may never be to that point. But certain things are at that point. It's not about you know how percentages. It's about, do legends exist that are famous or not? Do they exist or not? And the answer is they do, and we already have objective evidence for this because Billy the Kid is a servant, and Tesla and Edison are servants, and things. So it's like, it's insane to act like everything from NA can't be a servant. Meanwhile, we have all these things from NA that have already been confirmed to be servants, right? And some of them, you know, we haven't seen in FGO, but they've already confirmed a lot of, you know, North American figures, not just from America, but just from North America in general, that have already been confirmed to be canonical servants. Like, for fuck's sakes, the Wright brothers are canonical servants in the Nasuverse. So it's like, it's just crazy to me that like Billy the Kid exists and people act like, oh no, but we can't have Butch Cassidy. You know, the Red Baron is definitely known beyond the pizza thing, by the way. But yeah, the Wright brothers were described as basically you summon them both at the same time, basically. The Lobo is relatively well known. That's another thing, though. A lot of Ricky Boy is summonable. So really just fuck it, right? Literally fuck it. They can make, you know, Rex's pet hamster playable, for God's sake. It does, you know, like, fucking Ricky Boy is summonable, right? So it's like, shit doesn't even matter anymore. But also people act like that because North America was discovered more recently, like, they don't have, like, the founding, like, okay, this is ultimately nations and cultures and things like that, kingdoms, whatever, you know, they all kind of have their age of mysticism, if you will, right? Like the age of wonder or whatever, because it's normally when they're founded. Generally, the eras that found nations and kingdoms and stuff is the era that they kind of romanticize and you know really kind of is their culture, right? And people act like America and Canada and all that doesn't have that, but they absolutely do, right? Like the medieval period, and especially the 100 Years' War for like England is really theirs, right? And you know, most countries, they have like a period like that when they were like being founded. And for North America, or like for the United States specifically, it's obviously, you know, the Revolutionary War and then the Wild West. Like, obviously, like blatantly what like medieval times are to Europe is what the Wild West is to North America. It obviously. And so the fact that it's okay to have a million knights, but it's not okay, and samurai, but it's not okay to have multiple gunslingers is just stupid. Like, that's obvious biasm. It's just clearly. And I'm always like, you know, it's a Japanese game, and there's gonna be a disproportionate amount of Japanese stuff. That's fine. It's not a big deal. But my whole thing is when you do bother to use North American stuff, do a good job. It's just like if you bother to do Hungarian stuff, do a good job. Even more so, if you're not going to have a lot of that thing, you want to do a better job with it. Like, overwhelmingly so. And it's kind of frustrating how they put so little effort into a lot of the North American stuff. Meanwhile, though, they set stories in North America constantly, right? Like, they've set so many stories in North America, and yet there's almost no North American servants. The real Wild West actually is both interesting and dull. So I actually know a lot about this because it's a period of history I really care about. So on the one hand, some people act like it was just, you know, absolutely crazy and ridiculous and constant, you know, violence and people dead in the street all the time. That's objectively wrong. It wasn't like that at all. And actually, in terms of crime rate, it was very dull because everyone had a gun, and it's just like no one robs a gun range. There's an extremely good reason why no one robs a gun range. That it's fucking suicide, right? And because everyone had a gun, no one, like, especially in towns and stuff, there was very little violence, right? However, that has kind of bred this counterculture that acts like the Wild West was super tame and nothing ever happened. That's not accurate either. It's more like in certain areas it was violent as fuck, and so basically this is the unique thing about the Wild West, right? Is in a lot of areas you basically had no government. You know, people would have to govern themselves. That's why you would have things like sheriffs and marshals and stuff. But so that you didn't really have a federal government that really had any control over anything, right? And so, for example, somebody could basically. You could, hey Ari, you could have like somebody that's very influential that makes a gang or something, and they could literally be stronger than any official like government or law, right? Because they've got like a large, and this literally happened multiple times in the Wild West, where you'd have areas and regions and stuff where people would make their own gangs and stuff, and they would be more powerful than any, you know, hope of it like law enforcement, and so they get to make the rules, right? And so that resulted in some pretty, you know, odd things. It was basically pirates, but pirates get to write the rules, right? But then also, you know, obviously for the gangs though to get that strong and powerful, they normally had to be reasonable, and they normally, you know, people had to want to work with them and have, you know, so they couldn't just, you know, do whatever they wanted. But you had a lot of instances because again, you don't have like the same type of law enforcement and stuff. You have instances of people, not necessarily in major cities and whatnot, but it was pretty easy to just like rob a stagecoach, right? Because they don't, again, the technology and stuff doesn't exist for like you to be tracked on these kinds of things. And so if you're capable and, you know, it's just maybe it's just yourself and one or two people, you could do things like that where you couldn't get away with that, you know, later on in history. And so a lot of the violence would take place on, you know, just not by the cities and towns and stuff. They take place, you know, out in nowhere and out on ranches and out on, you know, the outskirts and in random places like that. And a lot of that stuff was never even documented. That's the thing. A lot of that kind of violence was never even documented. And there's actually a lot of people famous people that died, and we don't even know why they died. And it looks like they were just like killed by some random person, and we don't know what we have no idea what the deal was because there's just no documentation for it. Like with Johnny Ringo, to this day, they have literally, you know, there's all these grand ideas of how he was killed, but it's actually totally possible that just like a random outlaw just killed him, and that was not for any grudge, just because, right? Just because to take his money or whatever. Like, who knows, right? So the Wild West was both really fucked up because there really was a lot of like robbery and like train robberies and those kinds of things, way more so than you see in the modern day, and people could get away with things that you just absolutely could not get away with in a lot of other periods in history. And, you know, your own personal strength and ability would allow you to, you know, kind of carve out your own destiny, if you will, and that's why it gets romanticized. But because there was no law and everyone knew they needed a gun, and hell, just to deal with wildlife, you needed a gun. So in the cities and stuff, I mean, you'd just be nuts to try to do anything stupid. There's a reason people would rob trains that were away from the cities, and they wouldn't rob the cities because you would just get shot to hell, right? You don't rob a saloon because everyone in there has a goddamn gun. Like, what are you gonna do, right? And yeah, you have a few instances of people getting mad at each other and having some saloon shootouts and things like that, but that's very few. That's you compare the crime rate in the Wild West to because there's a lot of, you know, shootings and stuff and you know, knifings. There's actually more people died of knives than almost anything these days. But a lot of that stuff that happens in the modern era, you don't really hear about, but it still happens, right? There's still, you know, violence in the modern era, of course, and it's actually more violent today than it was in the Wild West in the cities, because there was crime, but it was very few and far between, and when it happened, it was very publicized and very, you know, focused on. So it kind of gets remembered more. But ultimately, the crime rate in most, like, you know, cities in the Wild West were, you know, the odds of you being murdered in one of those cities was unbelievably low. It was crazy low. But if you're out in the, you know, the frontier or whatever, in the middle of nowhere, then the odds are a bit different. Actually, a lot of people, like, a lot of murders take place because of, like, hammers and bludgeoning weapons. There's like a huge number of violent crimes that are committed with that kind of stuff, but it doesn't get the newspapers writing, right? That's not a drama-filled story or whatever. It's not a hot topic. So yeah, a lot of violent crimes happen with pretty random low technology weaponry is what I'm getting at. But that's true for even the Wild West. There was plenty of violence committed without firearms, but firearms were just so prevalent because, again, it wasn't just about the fact that there was no law. It was because just, you know, the wildlife and that kind of thing as well. Like, it was so important to be able to protect yourself like that's why everyone, you know, had a gun. And then also because there's, you know, less, you know, official law, if you will. But yeah, it's kind of funny. There's literally two common misconceptions with the Wild West. One, that it was crazy violent and there were shootouts all the time, and, you know, your odds of being shot in the street were super high. But the other misconception is like, oh, there was literally no violence at all and it was super dull. It's like, no, if you looked for it, it was very easy to find gangs and outlaws robbing trains and doing things on the outskirts and, you know, feuds between stuff. Like, that stuff happened way more often than it does in the modern era. Like, it's not even close. But if you wanted to avoid that stuff, it was very easy to avoid that stuff. Unless you were in the business of transporting goods and things like that. You know, there's certain areas where gonna have a bad time, but like Billy the Kid, his life is very abnormal for the Wild West because, you know, obviously he did do a lot of stuff, you know, not in, you know, cities and stuff, but he also did do a lot of violence in cities and stuff, and a lot of, like, crazy shit went down. But a lot of the Wild West, like, shenanigans a lot of times had to do with corrupt law, because overwhelmingly the quote-unquote law, the sheriffs and marshals and stuff for areas were corrupt as hell. That was so common in the Wild West because you didn't really have this oversight from, like, a federal government or anything like that, or even a state government, right? Like, it wasn't really a thing. And overwhelmingly lawmen were super corrupt, and normally they were tied to some kind of business. Overwhelmingly you would have businesses that would basically get their guy in as the sheriff or whatever, and they would take advantage of the badge to kind of, you know, get stuff done. And that's kind of what, that's like the whole thing with Billy the Kid's life is, you know, he worked for a businessman, and then that businessman was in direct competition with the local, you know, authorities, right? They were basically using the badge as a, you know, bullshit to kind of, you know, get in on like the business turf, right? And that's why Billy's like mentor was killed, and that's why he went after all these corrupt lawmen so much, right? Is because it was very common for, you know, the badge to be horse shit, right, and used for ill. Okay, speaking of guns, let's go Moriarty. I really do need a little more units though, because it's hard for this account to like goof off because it just doesn't have a lot of like basic support. It's like Hans and Chen Golf, right? That's pretty much all we got on this account. Yeah, corruption is on it, and it's funny, sometimes you have, this was a real thing, this, what's it called, the whole shtick with the what was it, the Earp brothers? Like the whole shit with them and like the cowboy gang, people view that because of movies and books and stuff. They view that as like the good lawmen coming in and cleaning up the corrupt, you know, cowboy gang. That's not what it was at all. Not even a little bit. Neither side was good, really. They were both out for their own benefit. But overwhelmingly, the Earps were corrupt as fuck. And used when they moved into that area, they literally had their sights on becoming the law because they knew they could use the law to like their advantage to like for their own ends. That's what they were aiming to do, and that's what they did. And the cowboys were literally in their way. But they were super corrupt, and they were out to get the cowboys just because of like the business conflicts, not because of any, you know, legal stuff. They didn't give a shit about that at all. And for the most part, the townspeople actually preferred the cowboys, because they kind of played ball and did good by the town overall. So the movies and the books and everything really portray the cowboys as, you know, these, you know, evil gunslingers that are really corrupt and murderous and all these things, and the Earps is like the law that moves in and cleans up the place. But that's objectively not like what happened, right? Like both sides were out for their own benefit, and they kind of went about it in their different ways. But they both did plenty of corrupt and bad stuff, but they both also had, you know, interesting accomplishments and whatnot. Doc Holliday in real life is pretty interesting. You know, the movies have made him really famous and everything, but even in real life, he is a pretty interesting person. What's interesting though is that near the end, he has had a real falling out with the Earp brothers, which that's almost never represented in movies or TV shows or any of that stuff. It's not even known what happened. It was mainly that there was some kind of argument, and then he kind of just left, and they never met up again. And you know, he just went off and did his own stuff. It would be really cool though if Doc Holliday got to get a servant version. That'd be pretty awesome. But I don't know, man. That buff basically makes them do a little bit more damage and take a little bit less damage. It's kind of like an under the hood permanent attack up, defense up kind of thing. It's not huge, but you know, it adds up. I should have cast this in Moriarty last turn. Wasn't exactly paying attention. So, what they do with Calamity Jane actually does make sense. I think it's a lot of people just don't realize how, like, what the deal. Now, it would make more. Okay, so first off, it actually does not make sense for Wild Bill to have that NP. That's kind of weird. Why would he have an NP that killed him? That's really weird, right? The reason Calamity Jane has it is because she was, you know, really connected to Wild Bill, right? They hung out a lot and whatnot, and they were compadres often. And so it's still kind of weird that she has it, but it's not really any weirder than if he had it. Like literally, why would he have the NP that killed him? Yeah, I know we have some examples of that, but that just does it's weird, right? So it's not really that weird that she had it because she was connected to those events. Now, she was not the one that did it, and, you know, it's not like she was even happy that he died that way or anything, but, I do find it weird, though. It's odd that she has it, but it's just as weird if he had it. But my point is, I don't know why they went with that instead of literally anything else, right? I don't really know why they did it, to be honest. I kind of feel like they just didn't care. But, cause yeah, there's other, like, as Shadow just mentioned, there are other instances of that kind of thing. And it's not just with her. I mean, there are several instances of some oddities with the Noble Phantasms. So I think sometimes I think what happens is they want something from that era or like that's relevant that people kind of know about, but they like, with Calamity Jane, they probably couldn't think of what else to give her as an NP. Now, I can think of other things that you could give her as an NP, but I don't know if they actually did enough research to care, and they're like, okay, we just want something kind of vaguely referencing this area, and yeah, she was connected to Wild Bill, so, you know, fuck it, right? You know, the people know about Dead Man's Hand, so we'll just do that. But yeah, I would have preferred they had, like, you know, referenced more of, like, her time in, like, being a scout, or, you know, even just, like, her trick shooting and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot more you could have done than just the Wild Bill thing, but... Alright, what am I gonna do here? Oh yeah, I was about to put his NP in slow-mo, but if you do Moriarty's NP in slow-mo, you'll get it automatically copyright claimed on YouTube. I can put up a VOD. And it's so stupid because it's not an actually copyright claim from FGO or Type Moon or anyone. They don't care at all. There's some guy that is not connected to any of that stuff just uploaded a lot of NPs in slow-mo to the automated copyright claim system. And because YouTube is really shit when it comes to copyright claims, you don't have to prove that you own any copyright to anything. The dude literally claimed that he worked for Namco Bandai and that he owns the visual copyright to these things. Where Namco Bandai has nothing to do with FGO in any way whatsoever. And so it's obviously bogus, right? But the problem with YouTube is you are allowed to upload things to the automated copyright claim thing without actually showing that you have the copyright. You don't have to prove that you have the copyright. It's shoot first, ask questions later. You don't have to prove that you have the copyright until someone disputes you. And what this person does, because I've done this because I've disputed this person multiple times, I've won every time, but he doesn't even respond, right? So basically what happens is, let's say you get a copyright claim for, in this case, I got a copyright claim because of Moriarty's NP. It's happened multiple times. And so first off, you dispute it, and it'll leave everything in limbo. Like, it'll force ads onto the video, and the person with the false claim will get money from those ads. But it'll put that in limbo until the person responds to the dispute. And they'll give it, I think it actually blocks, it literally depends on the person that uploads the copyright. They can tell it to block the video, or monetize the video, or strike the channel. Like, there's all kinds of options that they have. And whatever option they put in place will not be reverted for 48 hours, even if they don't respond, right? So whatever they put in place, who uploaded the copyright, will happen for 48 hours, and forever if you don't dispute it. Then after the 48 hours, what does it do? I can't even remember what it does for 48 hours, to be honest. I think if the video is blocked, it'll stop being blocked, right? But they have like 30 days to respond, and you don't win until either they just don't respond for like 30 days, or they respond and they lose, right? They don't actually show proof of copyright. And what this person does is he never responds to any of it. He uploads the stuff, and he just lets it default, right? He doesn't touch any of it. But because of that, though, he never has to prove that he has the copyright. And even though I'm not the only person that's noticed this person is doing this, I don't know if the other people bother to fight him. I literally, every time I get a claim from this person, I always dispute it, and I've won every single time. But YouTube has never been like, oh hey, this guy's clearly putting up a bunch of bogus copyright claims and losing the disputes every single time. We should probably do something. No, they never have. It's been over a year now, and they've never done anything. It's very frustrating. But yeah, I think YouTube is just lazy in this department, and like, obviously they have to have some kind of copyright enforcement. That's their legal obligation. But they don't have to have a system that allows people to put up a claim without proving it. Literally they don't have to do that. I actually have some family that works in law, and they've confirmed this. It's like they just do it because it's easy. It's less management for them, if they just allow it to be, you know, shoot for, because they'd rather, because the thing is YouTube is not liable, right? They don't owe, because of like their terms of service, they don't owe creators anything, right? I'm not technically being wronged because my video is being falsely claimed. It's not, because I have to agree to their terms of service to put my stuff up there anyway, right? So they would rather screw over innocent people and make it really easy for, you know, copyright claims to be put up and everything, than have to, you know, put more put in more effort into like having to have, you know, people actually prove their copyright claim in the first place, right? So, which is dumb because a lot of other companies don't do it that way, but they do. Yeah, it's really bad, and it's been bad for a long time, and I think it'll get better eventually, just because the industry has become so like important, right? So I think at some point there's gonna, you know, it'll get improved where like you can't put up a fucking automated copyright claim without showing you have the goddamn copyright. Like that's a pretty low bar, right? That's a very low bar. And if they would just do that, that would get rid of a lot of the fraud. Like that would get rid of a lot of the fraud. You're not gonna get rid of all of it. You're never gonna get rid of all of it. But so far, they've only put in effort, and YouTube basically, all they do is like cover their own ass, and then they want to do as little work as humanly possible outside of anything but that, right? And that's kind of how their policy has always been. They always want it to be, they're not liable in any way. They will basically blow up, you know, chunks of content like crazy if it means they're not liable in any way. And they won't even, but they can't be bothered to lift even the slightest finger to protect their own content creators and stuff. And it's very frustrating that they approach it that way. Yeah, I know that some of the legal stuff that's been getting passed is absurd. So here's a big problem, is a lot of the copyright laws and stuff like that are written by people that have absolutely no idea about like how any of this stuff is used and what it does. Like they don't know anything, right? They're really out of the loop. And then you've got companies that lobby, that are obviously lobbying for things that are completely in their self-interest, and that stuff almost always passes, right? It's really fucked up. That's been a huge problem, like when it comes to copyright law and internet stuff. Because yeah, I mean, lobbying works. That's the thing. Most politicians don't care about they care about like the perception of them, and like if they can get, you know, elected again. But they really care more about the lobbyists and the money than they care about like actually doing what's good for the industry or our country or whatever. You know, obviously there's exceptions to that. It's not like every politician ever is full of shit, but a lot of them are, and it's just so common for bills to get passed that have this ludicrous, you know, rules in place for you know, like copyright and the internet and that kind of stuff. But you know, the lobbying is there, and so it passes. It's crazy, man. If they think they can get away with it, they'll get away with it. Like normally when we have these really fucked up bills that get stopped, it's because so much public backlash comes out that the politicians are like, okay, I couldn't get away with this, and I wouldn't get elected again or whatever, right? But normally that just doesn't happen. Most people don't pay attention enough, and so that kind of stuff doesn't happen, and that's how you get these like horrible laws getting passed sometimes. Well, let's get off politics. It kind of sucks because like some degree of politics affect me directly because I work on the internet and everything. But you know, a lot of people don't like talking about this stuff, which is fine. But you know, sometimes you have to, right? I think it's a bad mindset to just, you know, shove your head in the ground literally every single time something. So here's the thing. On the one hand, I think one reason why people don't like talking about politics and stuff is because it can get like toxic and people have their opinions and blah 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 blah. But what really, for me, that prevents me from getting salty or mad when it comes to people talking about political stuff is you got to remember most people that are like talking about it on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or whatever, they might have a bad fucking take. They might have a really bad fucking take. You might really dislike it, but most people think what they think because they're trying to do what's best. Now, they may be ill-informed or whatever you think, but like, because I'm not going to name names, I don't want to get into it, but like there's some actors or voice actors or whatever sometimes that will share political views and stuff that I'm like, wow, I really fucking disagree with that. But I'm not offended, right? Because it's like, it's not like they put that out there to try to hurt people. They put those views out there because they think it's for the best. Now, they may be wrong, and the best way you combat that stuff is just talking about it. Like, I really feel like somehow humanity has really regressed in this kind of thing. I feel like humanity has like regressed dramatically when it comes to literally just being smart, right? We've gotten to the point where the whole point of freedom of speech is supposed to be, if everyone's allowed to share their opinions and talk about it, the best ideals will rise to the top because you have so much, criticism and different takes on things. But it's gotten to the point now where everybody just wants to be in an echo chamber, and if anyone tries to actually talk about something, it's like, oh my god, how dare you try to rock the boat and be, it's kind of ridiculous, right? And because of this, bad ideas just stay there, right? That's the whole, and it's because people get offended. That's the problem, is like, when people do go out there and try to talk about things and just, share their view, let's say someone on Twitter shares a bad opinion that you don't agree with, right? What most people will do, instead of just calmly talking about it and saying why they think that's not right and why there's like another version to look at it, another perspective to look at it from, or something, instead they get offended by it and they act like, oh my god, I can't believe this person on Twitter is saying something that I don't agree with, right? And they act like, how dare they? I can't stand that. And we've gotten to this point where it's like, it doesn't matter what your opinion is, the opposition will think you're insane, and instead of them trying to explain why they don't like what you're saying, they will try to shout you down and try to censor you. And everyone acts like it's only one side or the other. It's both. Both sides of the political aisle are like this, where they act like the other side's insane and only their side makes any sense, and the other side is so crazy we shouldn't even have to talk to them. That's how both sides act, and that's become so normalized with people that nobody talks about anything anymore. It's all just echo chambers and acting like the other side's insane instead of people just rationally, because I see it so clearly. There's people that I see on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, or even in politics that I drastically disagree with, but I can tell that their heart's in the right place. It's not like they want babies to die. It's just that they think the way to fix this issue is X, right? And sometimes, yes, they're drastically missing like a lot of information or whatever, but they're not trying to be bad, so there's no reason to get offended. Like, there's literally no reason to get offended by somebody's opinion if they're coming at it from a good place, right? Now, there's a reason to get mad when you have people actually coming at it from a bad place. If someone's actually advocating for like genocide, right, then you have a problem, right? But what has happened is people basically want to try to frame their opponent as they see it, as their opposition. They try to frame their opposition as evil because then they don't have to actually explain themselves, right? If they can make it seem like the other people are coming at it from a bad place, like they basically try to label their opposition as racist or whatever, because then you don't have to talk about it, right? Because if you can say that they're coming at it from a bad place, why do we have no reason to talk about it, right? Obviously, I'm right. And so that's like all I see is I see both sides trying to make the other side seem like they're so crazy that they're coming at these things from a bad place, which is it's just wrong. When you actually sit down and talk to people and you actually get to know people, most people are good. They may have bad ideas, but most people are good. Most people don't want people to starve. They don't want the economy to crash, though. They don't want babies to die. They don't want hospitals to go under, right? Most people want good things. They want people to have, fair shot in life, and that's that. And how to accomplish that, we do not agree on. But it's just crazy to me that so many people just can't talk about this stuff anymore, right? They just can't. And when they see other people wanting to talk about it, they act like, oh my God, you're getting political, right? It's like, sometimes you have to, and I get it. We don't need to be, like, I don't talk about politics that often, but, sometimes you kind of have to. And it just bothers me that it's so difficult for people. It's weird because I have a lot of friends that are, pretty far left and are pretty far right, where I'm independent and I try to take things on a case-by-case basis, and it never bothers me. Like, I have friends that believe radically different things from me in a lot of areas, and it just doesn't bother me because, again, I know they're coming at it. They're trying to do good in the world, and they're trying to be right, and that's what they're sometimes I think they're approaching it in, like I said, a horrible way, but there's no it's not like there's no reason I can't be friends with somebody that has a different political view from me or whatever. Like, I don't even understand how that happens to people. I cannot fathom like enjoying someone's company, but oh, they have a different political view from me. Oh, fuck it. Like, I just don't understand that. How is that a make or break thing, right? Because it's, again, most people political views is them trying to make the world better. It's their worldview on what's good, right? So how is that something to be upset about? Like, I just don't understand, right? It's so weird to me. I think it's because people take everything so personally these days, and it's like a personal attack if somebody doesn't prescribe to the same mindset they do. Because I've talked to people a lot where like they'll really think, you know, X is the best way of dealing with Y, right? And I won't agree with that. I think, you know, I think the best way of dealing with Y is actually Z, right? And they take that as, oh my god, because you don't see it my way, you're attacking me, right? And then sometimes people are attacking you. Sometimes, because people do that. That's what I was talking about earlier. Is, you know, people on Twitter say something they don't agree with, and they act like they just burned down a building or something, right? And so I think people have just gotten really skewed in this department, right? Where it's like they're used to anytime someone disagrees with them, it's a personal attack, and because sometimes it is a personal attack. So it's a mess, and I think it's bad. I think it's really bad, and the reason I bring this up is because I think it results in bad ideas not getting vented because we're not talking about it anymore. I think it's like it's become a lot of echo chambers. There's so many echo chambers now, and so a lot of like ideas that could just, a lot of times there are issues, and the scientific community like facepalms about this constantly, because sometimes there'll be an issue, be it economics or nature or something that we have really good data on, and like not only that, but we have historical like evidence where things have been tried and done and it works or doesn't work or whatever. And you know, some things are way more gray areas, but there are some things that the science is done and it's very clear, right? But because no one talks about it, a lot of people have like you know, they don't know that data even exists, right? And so because things get so dramatized and everything, you have a lot of like non-issues become issues, right? And it's very like frustrating because like sometimes we have like the answer to solve certain problems, but most humans don't realize it, right? And because people just can't talk about these things anymore. I really hope it gets better, but I feel like social media has made it a lot worse. Now, I do agree, some things make sense to get, like I said, sometimes they're, like, not everyone is coming at things from a good perspective, right? Sometimes people are racist, and sometimes people are, you know, messed up, right? And so those things do need to be addressed, because that does happen, but I think what I see way more often than that is people trying to characterize their opposition as they are racist, or as they are bigoted or something, when they're not. But again, sometimes they are, and when they are, that definitely needs to be addressed big time. But it's a slippery slope that you have to be really careful of, that you're not characterizing someone falsely, because it's so common these days for political leaders, you know, social groups and you know, politicians and stuff to try and paint large groups of people as something that they're not. That is so common these days, because if you can paint your opposition as racist or bigoted or whatever, you don't have to contend with them anymore. And that's why so many groups do it now. It's basically the de facto thing to do these days, is to try to paint your competition as, you know, some awful monstrosity so you don't have to talk about it anymore. But I'm just like, yeah, I know, the fact that believing in science can be polarizing, it can be politicized. Like, that's what really got me. It was when the coronavirus became politicized. I was like, okay, you're killing me now. But the thing is, I've seen this from both sides, because like I said, I have a lot of friends on both sides of the alley. It's not, like, I see a lot of people saying, like, the right wing are the people that have politicized the coronavirus, and they definitely have. But so has the left. Both sides have politicized it. But I've seen this because I've been alive for a long time, and when I was young, I've been on both sides of the political alley in my life. And what normally happens is when the facts are on your side, that group or that, you know, political side will argue the facts like crazy, because the facts happen to be on their side. The second that same group, the facts aren't on their side, they won't do that anymore. And it's all about just perception and trying to look good and make the other side look bad. Because if there's something I've learned in my life, is that the left is not right and the right is not right. It's just a case-by-case thing. Certain issues and in certain times and certain contexts need to have a more conservative approach, and certain things in life, depending on like, you know, the circumstances and the state of the country or whatever, need to have a more liberal approach. There's literally no, oh, all left things are good, all right things are bad. That's not how it works. That's so not how it works. Everything is a case-by-case basis. And what I see is the right, when the facts are on their side, they will stick with the facts and they'll try to argue the facts and they'll try to say the left is being crazy and they're ignoring the facts and blah, 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 blah. The second the facts aren't on their side anymore, they'll stop doing that and they'll start, you know, trying to, you know, do tomfoolery but both sides do that. Both sides do that all the time, constantly. And like what I've seen like the left do when it comes to the coronavirus is they're trying to frame it so no matter what the right does, they're bad and they're being against science and blah, 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 blah. They basically make it, they basically don't extend an olive branch, right? Let's say someone on the right would say something stupid early on during the coronavirus, who then may well see that they're wrong later. What the left will do is they'll overly politicize it and try to make it so bad that this person said this thing that we must completely throw them all under the bus and not give them an olive branch. And what that does is that makes people double down. Instead of them wanting to switch sides, it makes them double down and not want. And this is such a known thing in human psychology that people do this when you treat them that way. And the right does it too. The right, as soon as the left, because the left will do stupid shit and go against science all the time as well. And then the right won't extend any kind of olive branch whatsoever, and they'll try to make them look super bad. And then they double down, and it's just like throughout my time on this earth, I have seen both sides do this kind of thing back and forth so much. It's really depressing, right? Like the coronavirus was really depressing to me because both sides used it as a tool. I saw this clear as day. Both sides tried to use the coronavirus to increase their own influence and power, which is just like, what is wrong with you, right? Like you literally have people dying around the globe and we're like, how can I frame this in a way to make the other side look bad and make me look good? How is that your number one priority, right? Like it's just mind-blowing to me. And like anytime someone in the political sphere tries to do something good with the coronavirus, they try to use it for like brownie points. It's nuts. And I'm like, why are we even listening to politicians in a fucking pandemic, right? If you're in a pandemic, you listen to the scientists and doctors. I don't give a fuck what the politicians have to say about this stuff, right? But that's not what people do. People always look to their goddamn politicians for some fucking reason, you know, anytime something happens. I think most people have morality, though. I think most humans really do have morality and empathy. I think a lot of politicians don't, though. And, you know, it's like kind of what you need to do to get powerful and to get influence is to throw your morals out. Because this is a sad thing, and you see this in, like, the art of war and everything else. It's like, ultimately, when you're in competition, morals will just hold you back. It's a sad truth. Morals will just hold you back, because sometimes the morals won't get in your way. And so they're not a negative, but sometimes they will get in your way, and they are a negative, right? So you're objectively better off when it comes to like competition, warfare, you know, these kinds of things. You're objectively better off not having morals, which means the people that succeed in very competitive environments are not the people that are moral. They're the people that just do whatever is meta, right? It's funny to use that wording here, but that's accurate, right? It's like whatever is meta in that sphere, if it's a business, there is a meta to what is going to make the most successful business. And that whatever that meta is might in some areas happen to align with morality, but in some areas it may well not, right? And it's the same for politics and warfare and, you know, building nations and stuff. Ultimately, whatever the meta ends up being, whatever is the most practical thing to get to the top and succeed is, you know, oftentimes not going to line up with what's, you know, nice. And yeah, it results in a lot of corrupt, you know, power. That's just kind of that's how the world is through and through. I've talked about this before because this is a really tricky thing. Let's say you live in the age of the Persian Empire, right? So I like talking about history because that's kind of my area of expertise, right? But this is very applicable for like the modern era as well. So let's say you're living in the era of the Persian Empire. Now technology is very different, right? So like the analogy for some of this stuff might be like robots for the modern day. But so Persian Empire, you know, they are super powerful. They're taking over the world, for God's sakes. If you're a little nation or a medium nation or whatever, if you're in competition with them and you don't want to be run over, you don't want your people to be turned into slaves, because I mean the Persian Empire turned many, you know, people that it conquered into slaves and stuff. If you don't want that to happen to your people, you need to do everything possible you can to advance your nation and stuff and to be able to compete with the Persian Empire. You need to be able to, have the strongest defenses you can have. You need to have the most resources you can get. You need, the most food, which I guess that counts as resources. But, like, you need to do all of these things, right? And the meta way of, like, gathering resources, building good defenses, good structures, all these things is not moral. It's not. Like, because a lot of times it does involve slave labor and these kinds of things. And not paying people and all this kind of nonsense, right? But if you don't do those things, if the Persian Empire is willing to be a piece of shit and use slave labor and murder people and take over kingdoms and take their things and everything, and you're not willing to do that, the Persian Empire is going to run you over, and all of the people that look up to you to take care of them and stuff are all going to be, killed, murdered, and enslaved and everything else. So you didn't do a very good job, did you? There's no winning, right? Like that's very common throughout human history. Especially when the harsher, like, our technology helps a lot because it means the elements don't, like, destroy us as much as they used to, because we used to have a lot more problems with just dealing with, rain, and famine and those kinds of things. So thankfully technology has really helped us out in those departments. But ultimately, when there's other forces out there that are willing to be pieces of shit, and you're not willing to be a piece of shit, a lot of times you get run the fuck over and you end up in the ground, right? It sucks. It's not something I'm particularly happy about, but this is, when you look at history, this is an undeniable truth that the pieces of shit end up doing better, right? Because they're not being held back by the only thing they're held back by is what works. They're completely, their handicap is simply what works and how good they are at taking advantage of what's there. Like, how good are they at managing their resources, and when you do conquer a nation, what's the most meta thing you can do with its people, right? That's whoever does those things best ends up winning, right? And that normally means the winner is awful. And that's why you get the whole, history is written by the winner. All the winners try to make themselves look better. But throughout all of human history, pretty much all sides are shit, right? It's like, I'm talking about the Earp brothers versus the cowboys, right? When you actually look at it objectively and you look at the letters and the journals and the newspapers that we actually have from that time, both sides suck. Like, they just suck. Maybe you can, like, split hairs and find one side that's a little bit more moral than the other side, but ultimately, neither of them are moral. They both suck. They're both sides are, pieces of crap. And then the people that were moral, just get run over. And, it's kind of like, if you get stranded on a deserted island, sometimes what you have to do to survive is not pretty. And unfortunately, we have political structures that kind of reward that kind of mindset, right? It's not about, we don't actually elect the people that are best for the job. We just don't, right? It's sad, but like, at least in America, we do not generally elect people that on paper make the most sense for their job. And we end up electing people, off of emotion and off of, like, what sounds good instead of actually understanding the issues and stuff. And, some of that's because humans don't have a lot of time. They're busy doing their jobs, trying to put their kids in school, trying to, feed their family. And so they don't have time to research every fucking issue ever and look at the history of it and understand the nuance and these things, right? But because of that, they're very susceptible to, populace, right? That kind of appeal. When people know that people aren't necessarily going to be super educated on things, they can get away with saying things that aren't necessarily true, and that kind of stuff. But it sounds good. That's one of the things I learned in life. That was a big thing that I learned in my life when I got older. Was there's a lot of people in the world that will try to sell you what you want, basically, even if what you want is bad. Right? So, like, if you believe X, if you believe, water is wet, or you believe water is dry, one of these things is correct, one of these things is wrong. Let's say you happen to believe water is dry, for whatever reason. There are people out there that are going to tell you that water is dry, because they'll get your support if they do, and because people like being told that they're right. And people like saying, oh, the thing I believed this whole time is actually correct. People like, confirmation bias and that kind of thing. And so there's a lot of people out there that are aware water is wet, but they will tell you water is dry because they know if they say water is dry, that all the people that think water is dry is going to support them, right? So when you become aware that there's a lot of people out there that are, snake oil salesmen and that kind of thing, it's very useful. This is something I've really tried to do in my life. When I hear something that sounds good, I try to find a way that it's wrong, right? Even if it doesn't work out. So if I watch someone's opinion or whatever, if it sounds good to me, I try to debunk it. I literally will try to debunk it because it's so easy to fall into those traps of, oh, this sounds good. and I already believe this thing, so why question it, right? That's something throughout my life I've tried very hard to, anytime something sounds good, sounds right, is aligned with what I think, I'm like, okay, well, what would break this? You know, what would disprove this? And now, okay, does that exist? Is that true? Does that, you know, I try very hard to do this, and this happened when I was, I remember when I was younger, you know, my family, you know, I've talked about this before, you know, I grew, my family was in a cult, right? And that was great. Pretty, you know, crazy, extreme religious cult. So, you know, I had, you know, because I grew up in that, I had certain beliefs because of that. Thankfully, though, I never really, I'm very lucky. I just happen to have a pretty skeptical mind. And even though I kind of believe those things, I always had doubts. Like, oh my God, all the crazy nonsense that cult really pushed on us, I always had doubts of. But overall, I kind of accepted it, right? And, you know, because anyone in that area that I was exposed to believed the same things, right? And so, you know, echo chamber. But then I remember finally being able to, when I was, you know, a bit older and whatnot, being able to look into these things for myself. And I instantly looked, you know, for the things that, basically, I'd always heard, like, my side's view on things, right? If you want to put it that way. And I would hear what my side would say about the other side, instead of hearing what the other side says about themselves, right? And that was one of the most useful things that I did was, instead of hearing what my side says about the other side, I went to the other side and listened to what they had to say for themselves. And that got me out of that nonsense. Man, that was fun. It's funny because when I was it was like a really extreme church, right? Really extreme church, and they did all of the staples of a cult, right? Like they would ostracize people that would question it. If people would leave the church, they would like cut them off. Oh my God, they were so creepy too. And like I don't want to get into the detail, but they had like harassed my mother. A certain person in the cult had harassed my mother, and when they had brought that to light, they didn't want to acknowledge it. They wanted to like cover it up and cover for that person. And that's kind of when my family started seeing like how messed up it was. And then the second we started like wanting to leave, we instantly got like, you know, ostracized, and like all these people we thought were our friends and stuff just wouldn't even talk to us anymore and stuff. It was a trip, man. It was a trip. I'm really glad I don't live in those days anymore, man. That was fucked. It was weird though, because when you're really young, you don't realize those things are fucked, right? Because it's all you know, and it's what you're really used to. Yeah, I guess it is about to be Christmas time, isn't it? Kind of weird that I'm talking about this right now. But yeah, I think we can move on from this topic now. But like, that's my view on things. Is like, I always feel like anytime you believe something, try to, you know, if you hear other people affirming what you believe, try to question it. It won't hurt. It literally won't hurt you, right? Because the worst that's going to happen is you find what's actually more likely to be true, right? So if you believe something and you hear other people reaffirming what you believe, you know, you should literally look for the opposite and look for what could disprove that. And if you find the other side wanting and it's not convincing, or there is no, you know, argument, then no harm done, right? And then if you find their argument convincing, then that's not really a bad thing that you were convinced, right? So I find that there's literally never any harm in actually assuming that you're wrong. I find that's like the best way to look at it, is if someone else believes something different than you, try to figure out why they think that, right? Now, it may not work out, and you may not end up agreeing with them, right? But that's one of the best ways to approach it, is assume the other person knows something you don't. Right? Just anytime someone disagrees with you, just assume they know something you don't. Maybe they don't. Like, maybe they don't, and it doesn't go anywhere. But if you approach it with that, you're going to be a lot more open to, you know, information and facts and those. And there's literally no harm in it. There's no harm in it. You want chat voted? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do chat voted units. Why not? That's a good way to mix things up. The only bad thing about that is just the fact that this account has such garbage supports, right, that it can be a problem, but yeah, that's probably my biggest sadness when it comes to humanity, is that we don't talk about shit anymore, and we get offended when we do, and that seems to be the norm now, and I completely blame social media for that. I really don't think humans were like ready for social media. Like, I don't think we were like mentally. Why do I have Scatty on the team? I'm so confused why I have 3 casters and Scatty against Riders. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, I really don't think humans are ready for social media at all. I think that's a huge part of why things have gotten so toxic and it's so hard for people to talk about anything, and extremism has gone everywhere. Like, I really think that's a big part of it. Is we just were not ready for it. But what's something I try to remind myself of, and this is very helpful, is the people that actually use social media actively are really a minority of people. The people that are extremists, and generally when you really look into it, most humans are pretty moderate, and they do understand that certain situations require a nuanced, look on things. Social media just promotes the extremism. But when you actually go out and talk to people, and you see what they're about, and you get to know them, most people are pretty damn reasonable. It's like, that gives me like hope. It's stuff like most humans actually are pretty reasonable. The problem is most humans aren't actually the ones calling the shots. That's kind of the problem, but yeah, it's like 10% of the population making 90% of the posts on Twitter. That's yeah, pretty much, right? And then the people that are inclined to do that kind of thing are generally the people that are more extreme, right? And that's where, like, that's why extremism seems like everywhere. What's funny is people, complain about their kids always being on smartphones, but like the generation before was complaining that everyone was always reading magazines and shit like that, right? I like how Arjuna is just instantly winning. What I try to do is, you see people say YouTube is cancer or TikTok is cancer and blah, 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 blah. I really try to stick to the ideas, right? Like when I talk about Reddit, I'm not talking about the people... Wait, what about apparently putting... It was against the terms of service? I had to put Mothman? What? I don't even... I know Twitch has been really ridiculous lately about censoring things, so I'm very confused by that. I am truly... Why on earth content does not meet guidelines? Okay, that's a whole nother topic about like censoring history and stuff, but oh my god. But yeah, I try to stick to ideas, right? Like I criticize Reddit a lot, but it's because of the format of Reddit. The whole upvote downvote thing is just it promotes groupthink, and it promotes circle jerk and echo chambering, and basically the bigger a Reddit is, the more echo chambery it will become over time. That is a fundamentally bad system in my opinion, but that doesn't mean I hate everyone that uses Reddit, and that doesn't mean useful information can't be on Reddit, right? Like all kinds of useful things happen because of Reddit, right? But it doesn't change the fact that I think the system is very flawed, right? But like I try not to be that guy that so I guess we're looking for a vanilla Arjuna here. But I try not to be that guy that's just like, oh my god, anything from TikTok is just awful, right? Like I'm sure there's a lot of creative and interesting stuff on TikTok. Of course there is, right? Like even if the majority of stuff you don't find to be that way, I'm sure there are random things that are posted on TikTok that are actually really, good and creative, right? Like, so yeah, you got to separate the, you got to treat things as individuals, right? That seems like a pretty low bar, but. Reddit's woodworking forum is really good. yeah, I know some like smaller Reddits and more niche specific things that are working out pretty well. But like for example, there's like political Reddits, and they're just, it's awful. Literally, that is the worst way to talk about politics, right? I don't think, if people want to talk about that stuff, that's fine. Like I was talking earlier, I think it's a good thing. Getting ideas out there is a good thing. But that kind of environment for it is horrible, right? Like you literally censor people because their opinion's not popular enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Surely this, like that's it. And what that does is it pushes people out. So as far as I'm aware, I don't look into this often because politics and social media just drive me insane. But as far as I'm aware, is like the biggest political Reddits now is you have literally a Reddit for like liberals, and you have a Reddit for Republicans, right? Or Democrats and Republicans, right? Conservatives and liberals, however you want to see it, right? Because they can't interact anymore, right? They some of the, like it shows the problem, right? Because all the people like that are in an environment where it's mostly maybe right-wing views will get pushed out, and they're going to just look for something that's more left-wing views, and vice versa. So it's not a good way to share ideas. It's clearly not. Yep, that's I Love Arjuna's Arjuna, which, surprise, surprise, is really good. See, this is where I wish I had, like, something more interesting to work alongside this. Well, I could... Okay, we'll do that. And we'll just do Hans. Like, just the generic right here. Like, Hans is like the just set it and forget it support. If you're trying to do budget stuff and you don't know what support to go with, Hans is generally a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna open up with Arash. Because, why not? But yeah, it's a weird thing for me because I actually love debate and I love ideas and I love figuring things out and I love that stuff, but it's gotten pretty messed up in the modern world, I feel like.
今の私はやる気満タンなので、お覚悟。ゲルダの涙よ、心を溶かせ。どこへ行く？ドリアード。もう締め切り。
I guess I just have Arash go boom now. It's fine. You know, my main account has Stella always in slow-mo. I may not have done that on this account. If I haven't, I need to, though. Oh, I do wish they'd given him the chant, though. Nope, that's fast mode. Like, so often that's all you get, is just Stella and boom. It's like, okay. Out of all, I guess I really stand by this. Out of all the NPCs in the game, the one that deserves build-up the most is Stella. I mean, you can't, literally, you can't tell me there's another NP that deserves more build-up than that. Like, you know, in terms of, like, you know, power and everything, obviously it's one of the really big, you know, strong NPs, right? But then he literally dies when he uses it. He is sacrificing his life to use his Noble Phantasm, right? That's pretty big. And it gets the least build-up in all of FGO because my farming, though. Which is really obnoxious. Hey, thank you, Rosh is the best archer for the gift itself. But it's like, it so bothers me that they couldn't be bothered to just, oh, hey guys, we could do it like Arthur, and if you have it in fast mode, you skip the chant, and if you have it in speed mode, you get the chant. That's not complicated. It's just not. Like, that's not like, oh wow, what a concept, right? They've already done that. So you know, I do like Arash's update. It looks better than it did before, of course. You know, his normal attacks look very nice. The reference that he's got like that arrow rain thing that he can do like normally. Like, it's kind of like Atalante's NP, but he can just do it normally, right? Like, you know, they did good, right? And the voice actor does good, and the sprite looks much better. But it's an opportunity that I was really looking forward to. I was really hoping that they would give him the chance. I mean, who wasn't, right? And it's so easy for them to have given him the chant and then not screw with people that were farming. But yeah, sadly we just got fast. I've heard that Stella in the movie, the Camelot movie, is the only good part of the entire movie. I've overwhelmingly heard that. Everyone that has seen that movie has pretty much said the same thing. That the animation quality overall is not very good. The Gwaine fight scene is terrible and they totally butchered it. And the pacing is bad, the characterization is bad. It's like the creators didn't actually understand the characters they were working with. Hunterface and Rice Man got cut. But the one good thing everyone says is Arash's NP is good and his voice actor killed it, which is anyone surprised by that, right? I've seen that before actually, where you have like some very professional voice actors that are very good and they really care about the roles and stuff. And they'll be in a project where like maybe the voice directing is lazy and bad, or the budget is bad, or a lot of the other voice actors are inexperienced, but they still do a damn good job, right? And from what I've seen of Arash's voice actor, he is very much that. Because, dude, I've seen this a lot. I've seen him talk about his roles, even though they're very minor roles or unpopular roles and stuff. And he gives a shit, man. Like, he does research. Like he didn't just do Gilius and like, oh, he's a crazy guy. He really researched the role and understood like what the story was about and like what the writer was going for and stuff. And he really gives it his all, right? And really tries to do a good job. That guy's really impressive to me because he basically, from what I have seen, he seems to be the kind of person that understands even if something is not to his liking, it is definitely to someone else who's going to really care about it, right? If there's a story about you know, whatever topic, right? He may not care about that topic, but other people do, and so he tries to always do a really good job with whatever role he's given and make sure he does the best with it. And yeah, I mean, he's just good. Like, he's really good at his job. You know, he knows how to, because like Arash is got a very different inflection from, you know, Castergilius, right? Very different, and Spartacus, right? So yeah, he's just really impressive, and he really does a damn good job. And literally everything I've ever seen him in, I've always felt like he's literally every role I've ever seen him in, even when he does fairly minor roles on like anime and stuff, he always does a good job. Always, like every damn time. Like I've never seen him phone anything in. Like I've never seen him phone any role in, and yeah, it's always awesome to see. Yeah, Hans's voice actors, you know, like for F-Go specifically, is also, you know, Clown Boy, Ozzy, you know, that stuff. And, you know, outside of F-Go, obviously Dio. That's the, kind of have to mention that one. That guy's actually done a lot. That guy's, like, done a lot. Yeah, no, because, yeah, even Spartacus is a lot maybe sillier. There are some serious aspects to his character, but he's like, okay, Spartacus is such a good example. APOC, not a very good anime, right? Like the books are fine, but the anime is pretty meh. And it had budget problems and all these things. But like, Jesus Christ, look at how he did Spartacus. It's not just him hamming up the stuff that's supposed to be hammy. The few parts with Spartacus that are more serious, like when he activates his Noble Phantasm and stuff, he gets it. Like, you can really see that. Like, he knows when to do the hammy stuff and the silly stuff, but when it is more serious and it is more about, like, him actualizing, like, what Spartacus is about and stuff, he gets more serious with it, right? Like, he really just nailed that. Again, Spartacus is not even in the story that much, but he's still, you know, really got what that character is about. So, Kota Mine's voice actor in English is Crispin Freeman. And that's another voice actor that everything I just said about Arash's voice actor, I feel the exact same way about that guy. He does his research, he really cares about his roles, you know, and he really understands things. However, I actually don't think he was a very good casting for, like, Kota Mine. I don't think he did a bad job. I think he did amazing with what he was given, and he understands the role very well, and, like, that guy always does. He seriously does his research. It's crazy. But I have never really been again, he's actually one of my favorite voice actors. I think it's Crispin Freeman, that's how you say his name. He's literally one of my favorite voice actors just ever. Like, super like that guy's work. But I really have never been a huge fan of his casting for Kota Mine. Now, I think he did literally the best he could possibly have done with what he was given. I don't think he could have performed any better. I don't think he was the best fit for that character. Like, his voice range and stuff, I don't think is quite right. Now, I don't think he did bad. I think he still did totally fine. I'm not, like, listening to him and, like, complaining. But I think he was kind of an odd pick for that. But I still think he did a super good job with what he was given. Yeah, Crispin Freeman is awesome. I really enjoy that guy's stuff. Yeah, he did Alucard as well, and yeah, he did really good there. All right, we need poll time. Or did I miss the poll? I was busy talking about Arash being the best. Oh wait, hold. You know what? Jesus, we just got a gifted sub from Arash as the best archer, so I need to actually fix that and make his NP slow motion like my main account is.
Yeah, irashai da ne, master.
There we go. Okay, I think you make it the middle option. I think it's that one. I never regret doing that. People are always like, "Oh my god," but farming, I don't care. It's not easy pick, man. Easy pick. Oh yeah, she needs to be in slow-mo too. I also need to level her. Oh, she already is in slow-mo. How about that? Let's see, who else do I need in slow-mo? Let me think here. I think most of the ones that I like in slow-mo are in slow-mo. Because, like, for example, Ku, he's okay in slow-mo, but honestly, I think Bolg kind of works better in fast mode. With the way Bolg actually works canonically. There's quite a few NPs that I actually think look much better in speed mode, like, for real. But, yeah, kind of case-by-case basis. Oh god, this poll. I like how Ozzy and Spartacus are the ones duking it out here. Looking pretty close. It looks like Ozzy's gonna win, but it is close. Yeah, we might need you too, Ari. Although we might have, we have a few people I know here that have Ozzy, so we'll see if we get lucky. Oh, there we go. Although that CE is atrocious. Actually, I'd rather have a weaker Aussie that has a proper CE. It's like more... Okay, so we have that, but I don't... Does that count as proper? Yeah, well, okay. Well, starting in P would be preferable, but we'll make it work. Oh god. Oh god. There's assassins here. Okay, hold on. We gotta make it a somewhat serious team for this, because we have to both use Ozzy, but then not have him die, you know. So we gotta take care of these assassins. Oh my god, I haven't unlocked Leonidas' third skill yet. You gotta be fucking kidding me with that. Okay. Do battery on death. Wait, no, he needs K-scope. I know that's not a particularly good CE for David, but I mean, it's kind of the best I got. I need starting in P, so... Fucking Aussie winning on an assassin node. I know, Martha is a nightmare when you, like, she's very noticeable to me, and because she's got multiple buffs, and she has to unlock her third skill. Yeah, Ari's saying it so the VOD people can actually see what's being voted on. You know what you might want to do, Ari? Because the only VOD where that's explained is the one where I brought it up. You might want to say, like, I know this is like this is a bit of work. You might want to be like, currently chat is voting on, you know, then the names or something like that, because some random people is going to stumble into like, you know, part 90 is their first VOD or whatever. So gotta babysit people, you know. Oh god. Okay, what's the plan here? Arash was a very bad pick. So I shouldn't have given Arash K-scope because Aussie. I literally forgot that Aussie does the thing that he does because I'm stupid. This might look weird, but I'm doing this now because I don't think we're gonna need the heal for a bit, and I'd rather just get the defense up. Okay, we need to get Herc's in P. It's like rather important. This is funny using Arash with Aussie because they're both in prototype fragments. We're using her too, that's pretty funny. Oh boy, this is gonna get nasty. Probably should have given George the evade CE actually, have him live until Charlotte's in P. Not looking good on the NP front for Herc. Would like a quick card or something. Don't kill George, oh my god. Oh, hi, Herc. How'd you get over there? He literally like runs around, grabs Jason, throws him, and then runs back. Like when it zooms in like that, he's like in that short amount of time, he's running around like behind the tent, right? I mean, he's got a high agility stat, so having to play both sides, man, it's tough. Come on, Herc. The funny thing, Herc does not like hate on Jason at all. Like he does not have like hate for Jason. He's like his bro, man. And for what is like implied, you know, we haven't actually gotten to see much of Saint Herc, but it's basically like Herc knows what's deep down in Jason, and he knows, like, you know, on the surface he's very, you know, braggy and blah 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 blah, but he knows deep down he wants to do good things, right? You know, Jason's a really good example I was talking about. It's right, you know, he does a lot of like bullshit, but deep down the guy does want to, you know, do good by people. Okay, thankfully George is actually going to get some pretty nice value here. Dude, Jason's Bond CE is like some real feels bad, man, because that's a pretty relatable situation where, you know, Jason did bad things and he hurt people, and he, you know, but he saw his mistakes, and, you know, he wants to fix them but he can't, and, you know, he's about to die, right? And so that's kind of that's rough, man, right? You know, dying with extreme regrets like that, and you want to do better, and but you don't get a chance. You know, that's rough, man. It's one of my favorite Bond CEs though, because you know, it kind of sums his character up really well. Okay, Herc, if you could just like absolutely delete Charlotte, that would be great. Yeah, Medea had a heck of a time. The actual legends in that whole department are whack. They're really whack. Okay, I think we got it. Well, maybe not. Oh, right on the button. Okay, man, Herc really is fast, living up to that heroic spirit speed. What's gonna be amazing is if he does that animation at Herc. Because technically you won't see two at the same time, but it's like, damn, that's some Dragon Ball Z speed right there. It's pyramid time. Poor Jason, man. That's rough. I ain't bad for bringing in neutral, and we had, I mean, really no buffs to speak of other than, you know, self buffs, really. And that was not too much support there. Yep, a heal for 1,500, that'll help. Although he did get rid of the defense down, so that does add up. I don't know why people are always... There we go, now that's skill. Now that is skill, and commitment. That is such commitment. Throwing Jason at where he knows he's gonna run back to, right? That's fantastic, dude. That agility, indeed. Dude, what Herc does is when he's on Jason's side, he does his best, and he, you know, but when he switches back, then he does his best on that side too, right? So, it's tough. I really like the fact that Ozzy has battery, though. Nice. Because if you are working with like lower end supports, like between like a Hans and an Ozzy, that's a lot of MP gain for your team now. That's great, man. Like, that's super great. Like if you're like an account, you don't have a lot of rare stuff. Like you don't have Scatty, you don't have Waver, you don't have Merlin, you don't have any of those things. But you get Ozzy, You know, that's pretty helpful being able to, you know, have that extra battery and a good DPS. Okay, he's got evade now. Thankfully, we were able to protect Ozzy just fine, and this seems to have worked out. And then also, if you are using Waver or something, then it really is just disgusting, right? You're fighting a caster, and you have Ozzy and Waver. It's like, damn, dude. I've never done this team, but I have to. I know someone has. I know someone has. They're fighting a demon pillar or some big boss. Maybe Demeter. You know, something like that. You know, Demeter, big bad caster boss, right? So you bring Ozzy as your DPS, right? So Ozzy makes a lot of sense against Demeter for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of like he does really good in that fight. But then you know somebody brought Waver and Merlin. They did Ozzy, Waver, Merlin against Demeter, and I pretty much guarantee you they won because I mean, good God, look at what you've got. You've got the team-wide invulnerability, that's big. You got the healing. And then Ozzy has his own defense up and heal, but then Waver also has defense up and damage cut. You have loads of attack up, because Ozzy's got a team-wide attack up, another self-attack up, and then Waver has attack up, Merlin has attack up, you got the Buster up. I mean, that's ridiculous. And then all three of them have batteries for each other. Like, what is even going on? Like, because it's not just LOL, Waver, and Merlin make Ozzy hit hard. It's that Ozzy makes it easier for Merlin to get his NP and shit as well. Right, which then makes it easier for everyone to get, like, that's ridiculous. I just can't stand Ushi. So I like Ushi's voice actress. Her character's all right, and her gameplay is fine. But her design is, you know, not great. Oh wait, we can just, what am I doing? Bonk him. Kadoki is good for Demeter, but his lack of survivability you definitely will feel. He's not like the best for it, but he's good. He can let you get that first health bar nice and fast, which will set up kind of whatever you got left, right, should be able to deal with the other two, so it works out rather nice. Oompst. That dude, I love that video so much. That video was a work of genius. I absolutely love it. And what's funny is it's a pretty short video, but I don't think people realize there's actually a lot of editing in that video, and you can tell the person really took their time to like really sell the joke, right? It's like a short video, but they really took a minute to do the little things to like emphasize the joke. It's pretty amazing. Looks like Ziggurat is winning quite a bit. So, do I have I Love Ziggurat added? If not, I can slot mine. Because, you know, my Ziggurat's acceptable. I have not been kicked out of the Ziggurat fan club. Like, I have not done anything too sinful. He's not, you know, the strongest Ziggurat, but he's fine. I'm pretty sure if you just go to YouTube and search Hoomst, I would watch it on stream and like literally point out the editing I'm talking about, but I'm almost positive I'll get DMCA'd if I do, because it's not because of the video, it's because of the music. I'm almost positive that music would get me wrecked. Look, the most important skill of his is 10, right? So I'm not holding his damage back in any way. So he's 90, and you know, the other two skills are high enough of a rank that they do what they need to do, right? Like he's a good, you know, stand-in, you know, Ziggurat, because I do really like Ziggurat, and so I do like to use him. And when I do want to use him, the things I want to use him for, he does fine in. Because I normally want to use him for blowing up dragons or buff stacking, and he performs, you know, at his best, and you know, he's not handicapped at all. See, fake fan, yeah. Dude, I really like Ziggurat. I do wish though I wish one of his ascensions was more normal, right? More like fantasy, not, you know, I'm punching daggers, right? You know, that has its place, but all three of his ascensions being like that, I'm not a huge fan of. But I still like him. His voice actor is fine, and his character is fine, and all that stuff. All right, let's see. Do we have I Love Ziggurat added? Well, we got the Ziggurat from I Love Arjuna. I noticed that Arjuna likes to get all of her favorite characters and all of her accounts, right? Obviously, this version of Arjuna is, or of Ziggurat, excuse me. You know how confusing this is? You know how confusing it is? Like, we generally call I Love Arjuna Arjuna, right? But I Love Arjuna also has Arjuna on like every account ever, and Godjuna, and then you know NP ranks all over the place. So then you say Arjuna's Arjuna, and but then Zigguard's Arjuna, and it's I don't think any of my frequent viewers has actually made me say some of the stupidest things. Like it's crazy. I say so many sentences that I'm just like, how did I just say that, right? Like Arjuna's Arjuna and stuff. It's just like, oh god, like it's a mess, right? It's also very confusing because legitimately, because Arjuna has like Zigguard and Godjuna on like every account, it's hard to keep track of like what's where, right? Because all of the accounts have like all the same things, but they're different, you know, power ranks and everything. But yeah, no, I really appreciate I Love Arjuna, and like I always say, because you know I'm always going on about I'm a boomer and everything. It's kind of a meme, but you know, legitimately, I am older than the overwhelming majority of the people in the FGO community. But Arjuna is still my senior, and I hope when I grow up, I get to be cool like that. Dude, when I was I don't remember how old I was, but there was this game I played. And it had like a real PvP scene. It had like a lot of people that would play it just for the PvP. And I was in like a clan or a guild or whatever that was pretty much just about like the PvP. And we would just, you know, play different characters and whatnot. And there was, it was a decent sized group of people. It wasn't huge, but there were these three guys and they were all, you know, older gentlemen. One was like, you know, like maybe 45. One was like 60, 65, and the other one was like 70, and they were awesome, dude. And like, also I loved, because at the time, I don't remember how old I was, but at the time, maybe I was 20 or something, somewhere in that age range, maybe 21, 22, something like that, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, I was probably about 20. I had 19, 20, I think. But it was so much fun to like pick their brain on different things and stuff, and also it was really just fascinating. Just like one of them was like, you know, completely retired and everything, and he had loads of spare time, and he loved to just like, you know, absorb new things and see what, you know, what the kids were into and whatnot. But like, you know, he would love to like spend his time, you know, like playing video games and learning them really well, and just awesome guy, man. And it was really just cool to see somebody that was, you know, he had lived quite a life and he had been in the army and all these things, but you know, in his, you know, his elder years, he really enjoyed taking it, because he was retired, you know, he had lots of free time. He took advantage of that and was able to get a lot done in video games and stuff, and it was really cool, man. So yeah, I always hope when I get older I can be like that. So honestly, you know, people kind of fear getting older, and yeah, you know, like your body gets harder to work with and stuff, and you know, I feel that. But overall, I have enjoyed my life. My life has always gotten better the older I've gotten, because I've become more experienced and you have more freedom and more, you know, I worked very hard in my younger years to try to set myself up to have more freedom as I got older. Okay, I guess I probably don't have I Love Zigguard on this account. Okay, well, let's see if we can get that. Anyway, and so yeah, you know, like I had so little freedom in my younger years and everything, and now I have a lot more freedom, and I've enjoyed learning things and applying that experience, because, dude, you always hear this. People always say, "Oh my God, I was such an idiot when I was a teenager and stuff," but like, I was a lot stupider when I was younger, right? And it's nice having the experience to not be a complete fucking moron, right? The friend code was posted. Wait, where is it? Okay, here we go. You see, Arjuna knows what's up. Got the 3 digits and everything. Let me get this here. But yeah, it's nice having experience and learning from your mistakes and that kind of thing. So yeah, I've loved getting older, honestly. I have not loved, you know, the back pain and that kind of thing. That's not great. But other than that, I've definitely enjoyed my life more as it goes. It's been exponential growth, so that's been great. I'm I got it. Now, I do understand, though, some people enjoy their younger years because they have less responsibilities and so, you know, those kinds of things. Like, and I get that as well, but overall, I like being smarter, and I just didn't, my younger years, I didn't really have that kind of freedom, you know. Like I said, grew up in a fucking insane cult, you know. Because of that cult, my mother did not send me to school, and she did not homeschool me either, so, you know, not great, and we were just so sheltered and everything, so I was no freedom at all. As I got older, you know, then I have freedom, and I can do what I like, and talk to the people I want, and read the books that I want, and those kinds of things. And so, my god, I have had so much fun as I've gotten older. Good times, man. So, a great way to combat, because some people kind of lose aim in life, and they don't know what to do, and so what I find is when you do get older, you do get more freedom, and just use it, right? If you don't know what to do in life, and you don't know what you care about, you don't know what your passions are and stuff, read encyclopedias, go to the library, use the internet, talk to people, you know, try things, because if you have the freedom to do that stuff, you might as well, you know, broaden your horizons, and through that you may find a lot of stuff you don't give a crap about, but you will stumble on things that you really enjoy and that you do find, you know, really interesting and whatnot. And so yeah, if you got spare time, use it. That's the thing, just use it. And it doesn't mean, people a lot of times feel like, oh, but I can't be the president of the universe, so why do anything? I should just sit here and do nothing, right? There's no need to think that way. A lot of times doing something can be as simple as just reading shit on the internet, or reading reading encyclopedia or whatever, or, you know, you don't have to do anything grandiose. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to go to the Olympics. You don't have to, you know, jump over a building, right? You can use your spare time for pretty simple things, but in the long run, that can kind of get you to learn about yourself and what you like. And that's it is never bad. This is such a cheesy thing to say, but it's so true. It is never bad to invest in yourself, ever. Like, doing things that will let you learn things and understand things and you know, master a skill or whatever, always worth it. Always. It is always worth the time, even if it's something weird like learning how to play hockey. That you are going to learn other weird things attached to that you're not even going to expect, and you're going to learn things about your body even and whatever that are always going to be useful. Like, it's always worth doing shit, right? Just stuff. Just do stuff. Learn how to fix a door. Learn how to build a door. Learn how to paint. You don't have to master these things. You don't have to, like, you know, like, spend loads of time on them. But if you have spare time, if you have free time and you're bored, just do something. It's surprisingly how entertaining that can be. Like, if you're really bored and you're sitting there and you're like, I don't know what to do, literally go try to figure out how to build a door. I'm serious. Crap like that, you are not going to be bored, believe me, because a lot of the things in life have way more nuance to them than you realize, and it will do you good moving forward. They always will. And it doesn't have to be crazy practical things. It can be stupid shit like, you know, look, I've never played an RTS. Play an RTS game. You know, I've never read a book in this genre. Read a book in that genre, right? If you're bored, you might as well, right? Like, again, you're bored. If you're in the state of boredom, you got nothing better to do, right? So, might as well give it a shot here. My god, I wish I had Billy. Like, when you're fighting archer or sabers, but they're not the main enemy, it is so nice to have Billy just delete them, right? You don't need any build-up. Doesn't need support from the supports, right? You can just do it on his own. I fucking love that about Billy, but yeah, this account doesn't have him, and I have felt that. Okay, we'll do like that. Hope maybe something's a dragon, you know? It could happen. Okay, we'll go see red, press red, because assassins or something. Okay, this looks fine. I mean, dude, that's one reason why I'm never bored, is because there's so many things that I want to try in life. So when I do have spare time, which is pretty rare these days, but when I do have spare time, I have such a laundry list of things that I would like to do and, you know, figure out. Because, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I love learning, like, the nuance behind things that you wouldn't expect. Like, for example, I don't like opera very much. I really don't. But there's still so much nuance and things to be learned about, like, if you are an opera singer, how you need to, you know, how to condition your voice and how to not hurt your voice, and like and then from like a production standpoint, there's so much like integral stuff to these things that it's always interesting to learn that stuff. So Yeah, I guess that we could have set up George. I didn't even think about that. I always say this, it's harder, like, if you're using Siegfried, it's almost always worth it to put in some effort to have George turn someone into a dragon. That normally is not the case with Sigurd because he only gets bonus damage on his NP, and a lot of times that NP would have done enough damage anyway. So it's not really worth it. But Siegfried gets such universal value from turning something into a dragon because basically if George turns someone into a dragon, that gives Siegfried, his NP does more damage, he does normal cards do more damage, he gets more defense, like, it's just huge, right? So it's a lot more worth it for him. For Sigurd, it's like, the only time it's worth it is if you were going to bring George anyway. If you wanted George on the team anyway, then yeah, go for it, but otherwise it's not worth it. Yeah, I guess, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, yada yada, all that. You know, I'm not much of a festive person, but, am I the only person that does not understand the drama with that? I don't care. If someone does not celebrate Christmas and they prefer Happy Holidays, no problem. That's no big deal, right? And if somebody likes, you know, Christmas, that's fine. I don't, like, you know, Christmas is such a generic holiday. It's not like they're not pushing anything on you. I don't care about either of them. I am totally fine if I go to a store and people say Happy Holidays. I'm like, okay, that's cool. You know, lots of holidays this time, that's fine. And if someone says Merry Christmas, that's fine. Even though I'm not a Christmas guy, I don't care. It's fine. They're just, again, it's all about context. When generally someone says Happy Holidays or Merry Christmas, they're basically just saying good wishes, I hope things go your way. That's literally what they're saying, right? There is no reason to get mad about that. Now, if somebody says Merry Christmas in a way and they're trying to piss you off, that's different, right? Like if you know they're saying it to try to get under your skin, but that's context, right? My whole thing is, just don't be an ass about it. Like for example, let's say I did really care about Christmas and I don't care about the other holidays, right? And I like, oh, there's a war on Christmas and blah, 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 blah. Let's say I felt that way. I don't feel that way, but let's say I did feel that way. Again, it comes down to, you know, people wanting to be good, right? So if somebody says, oh, I prefer Happy Holidays, right? So like, okay, they probably don't celebrate Christmas. But they're just like, oh yeah, you know, I prefer Happy Holidays. Like, okay, sure, Happy Holidays, no problem, right? But if they're like, excuse me, how dare you say Merry Christmas? You need to, you know, if they're being rude about it, that's the problem, right? It's not about if you prefer Happy Holidays, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever, right? It's about being a dick or not, right? Like that's what I try to always tell people. It's like context, right? If somebody is trying to force me to behave in a certain way and they're being very rude about it, I'm obviously going to say fuck you, right? But if you're just like, oh, you know, hey, I prefer Happy Holidays, I'm like, okay, Happy Holidays, right? It's like it's the easiest thing in the world. It's not a problem, right? It's like it doesn't matter if you prefer one or the other. If they're not being a dick about it, there's no harm in humoring people, right? It's okay. It's fine. You know, just be nice for God's sakes, right? It's not a big deal. But yeah, it goes both ways because you see other people that like refuse to say Merry Christmas because they act like it's offensive to say that. If someone says, oh, you know, I celebrate Christmas, I'm like, yeah, Merry Christmas. It's fine. Like, you know how easy that is? Like, it's not a big deal. It's like, it's such a basic, there's no reason to make a deal out of it one way or the other, right? Either direction, not a problem, right? It's such a non-issue that I don't understand how there actually is drama about this stuff sometimes. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Now, what I generally do, because I don't care about any of them, and I'm not a very festive person, I generally go with Happy Holidays because, you know, yeah, it's fuck it. I don't know if they prefer Christmas, this, that, or the other, and if I know they prefer one over the other, I'll just say that one, right? No problem. But because I don't have a fucking clue, if I'm talking to a stranger or something, I will just default to Happy Holidays because that seems like the best blanket term, right? It's like, and if they don't care about the holidays, then still no harm done. So that's my go-to option, and seems to make sense to me. The thing is, okay, I would say for language, it doesn't matter what they're derived from. I mean, oh my god, so many of our words are derived from such insanity that it doesn't matter. The context is what matters. How what people mean is what matters. You know, if they pronounce it tomato or tomato, I don't give a fuck because the origin word was probably completely different anyway, right? It don't matter, right? So it's like, if like, you know, I'm not a religious person, but if something has a religious origin, I don't care. It's fine. If someone is religious, I don't mind. It's okay. As long as, you know, again, if they're religious and what they want out of life and for other people is good things, great. No problem, right? And if they're not religious, if they want good things and they're not wanting, you know, to hurt people, great, no problem, right? It's like, it's not a big deal. It's just going back to the, you know, the political stuff. It's just like, you know, what their goal is, what their context is so relevant, and that's what people should care about, in my opinion. Happy Star season. Yeah, that's the good shit. Wait, do we get a GSSR for New Year's? I don't remember. I never remember what they do for New Year's. I don't even know why. I literally just do not remember what they do. See, I think part of that is because I don't actually care about GSSR very much, because I don't like very many 5 stars. I tell you what though, if most GSSRs do not give me a shot at Tesla, and because of that they're blasphemy. But so if this GSSR gives me a shot at Tesla, I'll be really happy. I'll take that though. I want MP2 Tesla really bad. If I get an MP2, I'm grailing him, and then I'll just be praying for an animation update. Dude, I tell you, it's rough right now being, because I've always liked Tesla, but you know, over in the last like year, maybe 2 years, for FGO specifically, not just like Tesla in general, but like for the FGO version of Tesla, you know, I've read all of his character material a lot more thoroughly. You know, I saw like his role in Scatty's interlude and all that stuff, and so I just paid more attention. I'm like, oh my god, I really like Tesla, right? Like over the last like year and a half or whatever, I've grown to crazy like Tesla, and it's so rough because he's so unpopular. And you know, he's got, you know, kind of animations, right? They're not as bad as day one, but his character model basically is day one. And so it's just like, oh my god, I like this guy so much. I am so ready to just like 2K foe, level 100, NP 80, all of the shit. But then I'm like, but his animations are so bad though. And then I only have him NP 1. That's the thing. It's like I would have no qualms of like 2K foe and level 100. But I only got him in P1, and it's always, it feels so bad to have a 5-star at level 100 and in P1, right? So it's been a really awkward situation where I like Tesla so much, right? And I said NP 80 because I like him so much that, you know, there's like no NP rank that's high enough. That's where I'm going with that. But anyway, yeah, I just really want to get him in P2, and then if he could get an animation update, like let's go. Like I might even 2K foe him next, man. So I just finished Canis, right? So we'll see. The next 2K foe target is tough because not only are, you know, I got Mordred and Kidu and all these characters I super like, but they might add Sir K, you know, Green Knight, and that's because, oh my god, Sir K, dude, like. Such a fan of Sir K, so yeah, he's, no matter what, Sir K's being grailed to 90, because he's probably a 4-star, let's be honest. But so yeah, no matter what, Sir K's getting grailed to at least 90. But yeah, I might go beyond that eventually, we'll see. Assuming he ever gets added, because, you know, I've lost a lot of faith in Lostbelt 6 actually having much to do with anything, right? I think it's gonna be a random hodgepodge of bullshit, but we'll see. Yep, if it's AoE, it's just painful. Like, especially, like, if they're AoE and then you try to solo with them in a single target situation, oh my god. Like, you're level 100, 2K foe, 10, AoE, trying to solo a single target thing, and you're in P1, so you don't do anything, right? It's like, well, that was barely better than a normal card, right? It's not the best. Oh god. What are these options right now? See, Ari, this is an example of why I don't like the stupid NA name of Ultria. Because when I see that top option, I had to do a double take because I wasn't sure what it was. Right? I fucking hate that. Like, because you got Attila and Altera and Ultria and Artoria, right? It's like just. Oh god, why did it, like, why? And they're all sabers too. Like, it's just, oh my god, it's driving me crazy. And they both have Santa versions. Like, you know, it's so fucked, man. Somebody needs to make some hodgepodge name that's like encompasses all of that, right? Like some bullshit name that starts with A that's like somehow all of them. Because, dude, every time I like, because you gotta understand, it's not like, I'm not like an Artoria fan or an Attila fan, right? I'm not a big fan of either of them, although I guess I am kind of a fan of Artoria's writing and like her role in the story is good, but so it's not like I'm not up to snuff with like the fan bases for those things, right? I'm not like seeing Attila or Altera or whatever the fuck her stupid nickname is, right? I'm not up to that, I'm not used to even seeing those things. So when I see one of those things in chat, I'm like, what even is that, right? It's annoying. And I've had people say like Altera, and I think they're talking about Artoria before, and I'm like, fuck. Oh my god, Jonna Alter Santa Lily is such a ridiculous name. Like, dude, the Altria just drives me crazy because it's just a bad translation. It's the Japanese not understanding L's and R's and all that fun stuff. And then they pronounce it Artoria, and Artoria makes sense because Artoria is derivative of Artorias, which is where the name Arthur comes from. That's like the whole thing. So it makes total sense. Because Artoria ultimately is her own character, right? She's not King Arthur. She's just basically pretending to be King Arthur, and right? In her timeline, they share similar, you know, backstories and everything, but ultimately they're not the same character. But then, so making the name different makes sense, but then still kind of, you know, going back to the origin also makes sense, right? So it's honestly, it's almost too good, right? Like it's almost too perfect the way they did Artoria, right? Because we still got Arthur as an actual character, right? And Artoria is her own character. She's just pretending to be Arthur. She has her own stuff, and like, so the gender bend actually meant something to the character and like, you know, her history and everything. But they're still connecting the name to what it's based on, right? Like, it's really good, you know. And then meanwhile, Nero is just Nero and saying Umu a lot, so you know that's the other end of it. But then they fuck it up because L's and R's, and now it's fucking Altria and an A, and I'm just like, Altria? Like, what tree? All the trees. Why trees though, right? It's just, oh my god, it's so bad. It's like my least favorite like localization they've ever done in Fate is that. It's very bad. Every time I hear it, I think all tree, right? Like, I feel like, what's happening, right? Fucking awful, dude. Wait, who won the vote? Fuck. Who won? I saw who was winning, but then it was kind of close. So what won out at the end there? Before people, Oki. Please tell me Oki didn't win. Oh my god, Oki won. I think at least. Oh god. Okay, hold on. I think Rex has abandoned us, and I mean wisely so. But if we're gonna use Oki, we're gonna have to get. Let me send him a message on Discord here. Gotta get that prime shit. I mean, you think I'm gonna use someone else's? Like, of course not. Okay, I messaged them. Let's see what we get here. While we're waiting for Rex, for anyone that cares, we've been posting this a few times. Straw poll right here for whatever your favorite Lostbelt King is. You can have whatever criteria you want, just trying to get a decent sample size for whoever, you know, whatever the fuck is your favorite Lostbelt King. I like how Ibuki is on there, where like most people don't know anything about her, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, it's just she has no screen time. Like, Ibuki is barely in FCO at all. I actually feel like she was pretty poorly done in 5.5. Like, no build up, and then just like, oh, here's the super OP thing because we said so, and it just does. It feels terrible. Like, it doesn't feel like she deserves the position she has because they didn't do anything with it, and then she just instantly gets taken out of the story. So it's like, what the like, what? Like, it's awful. Like, it was no build up, and then doesn't even do anything, and it's just like, hey, I'm a OP thing because we said so. Oh, okay, I'm gone. It's like, oh, okay, well, that was good storytelling. Yeah, they just say she's on par with Zeus, but doesn't do anything to deserve that. Although I really do question that. Like, she might be in, like, you know, really strong, so up there, but I don't see how on earth she's on par with Zeus, because what's been confirmed in his toolkit is just so ridiculous. It just seems absurd. Also, it seems so unearned because the story that she's based on is not that big of a deal. It really isn't. It's a pretty whatever character. And then Zeus is literally the most, like, legendary god on the planet. There's no no corner of the earth is not aware of the Greek pantheon, right? No, that's not that's not a thing, right? It's such a huge you know, name, and then in his own story he's really powerful, so it's kind of ridiculous. I think the votes will change a lot when, because, you know, it's slanted towards NA in my opinion. I'm surprised Arjuna is doing so well though, Jesus. But I really do think once Lostbelt 4 and 5 come out, the results might change a bit, just because people get more access. I'm surprised Scatty's not doing better, although does NA have her interlude yet and stuff like that? Like, they did a lot more with her character, like, post Lostbelt 2. I don't know if NA has that stuff or not, though. Alright, let's see if we got the neat going here. The thing is, that's not what they said about Ivan, though. And Ivan is not on par with Zeus. This is just an objective fact. Ivan has a character material book. He is not on par with Zeus. It's absolute bullshit. So, that's not even hard to justify, though. Because, first off, I don't think Canis is actually talking about... Like, Canis isn't even aware of how powerful Zeus has gotten in his Lostbelt. I think she's probably comparing more to, like, the Zeus of her time. Because the Canis we interact with is not Lostbelt Canis. It's regular history Canis, right? So her only point of reference for Zeus is her versions of Zeus, who is not as powerful, right? And that's more, at that point, it's more reasonable. But also, when you say something is like in the ballpark, that doesn't mean they actually are as strong as that thing, right? It's obvious if Zeus fought Ivan, I mean, there's no argument here. Ivan would get his ass kicked. Fucking Zeus has a fucking solar system destroying noble phantasm. Ivan don't got that at all. And he's not, like, not even close, right? Like, it's nonsense. But that was more of a way to just kind of build things up, because at that point in the story, it was Lostbelt 1. You didn't know how strong Zeus had gotten. That was the whole thing, because when you get to Lostbelt 5, you get surprised at how powerful Zeus is. That's what they're doing. It's like pretty basic storytelling. They lay the groundwork for, oh man, Zeus is really powerful because it's Zeus. Of course he is. But oh look, all these other things are just as strong as he is. But then when you get to Lostbelt 5, it's like, yeah, remember that Zeus guy that we thought was so powerful? He's even stronger. What the fuck, right? Like, that's like the whole thing. You know, they're not going to give away how bullshit Zeus was, you know, really early in the Lostbelts. Okay, so we don't actually have to solo. That was not part of the vote. So I am not going to do that. See, this is where I wish I had a quick saber. Like, I don't know, level my Karna. Which I should do that while he has double XP, actually. Because, yeah, we could work with that. Well, we could do Caesar. The problem with that is we don't have a good setup for, like, NP gain for him at all. I think we'll have George die for NP gain. Literally, we're using George as a stand-in battery unit. Like, literally, that's what I'm doing. Because I have so little battery on this account, I'm like, well, fuck it. I can at least do this. Then we'll do that. Okay. See if we can make this work. Okay, well, you know, some things are expected. Maybe someday we'll get Ivan. I mean, Zeus, excuse me, we got Ivan. If we do get Zeus, you probably get the regular history version of Zeus, though, which I'm totally okay with, but, But it's like Dragon Ball Z logic, you know. They're not gonna say the new bad guy is weaker than the old bad guy or whatever. That's not hype, right? Surtur is pretty strong, but he's pretty far behind some of the other big OP shit we've seen. The funny thing is, though, he is just a typical saber servant, technically. Wait, did I not taunt with George? Why did I not taunt with George? What am I doing right now? Yeah, I think Fate can be pretty bad about that, where because something is popular, or they want it to be popular, because they want it to feel threatening and be like a big bad guy, they kind of just say some bullshit is really strong when it doesn't deserve it in the slightest, and it's like, really though? It's like seriously, does anyone here even know what Ibuki is based on? Because I do, and it's like, what? Like, it's absurd to even have that be, like, it's not on par with Ivan or any of that shit. Like, it's ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, that's yeah, one of the strongest bad guys ever. And it's like, what the fuck? It's insane. Like, it's just stupid. That's like saying Sanson is on par with King Arthur. It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. And again, with Zeus, it's not just how famous Zeus is. He actually details a lot of his abilities, and they're nuts. Like, they're absolutely nuts. Kind of want George to die, so. Oh, honestly, I don't need the battery right here. See Zeus's animation update, man. You'll be wrapping up soon. See, here's the thing. You gotta understand. I see this a lot in my chat, and I see this a lot on Reddit and on Discord and on wikis and stuff. People, how do I describe this? They look at it from, like, the viewer's standpoint, which I guess fair enough. They are the viewer, or the reader, or the player, or whatever. But you gotta take a moment and think about it from the creator's perspective, right? For example, Ibuki was not created naturally. It's not like they just wrote out, oh, it totally makes sense for Ibuki to be here and be this. That's not what they did. They do it the other way around. They go, oh, we want something to be, you know, really popular and sell, and, you know, we gotta say they're really strong, and so how can we justify it? That's how, it's cart before the horse, right? That's very common in all things, and especially Fate, unfortunately, right? So it's like a lot of the, like, I cannot put enough air quotes around this, but the rules of, like, singularities, Lostbelt, Fate Stay Night, you know, all these things, they are created in advance to justify the story that they want to tell, right? It's not coming about naturally. Now, some writers don't do things that way, thank God, but, like, you know, some writers do a pretty good job of keeping things natural or finding a balance between these two things. Fate don't do that, right? Let me give you an example. In the Extraverse, they made the regalias so they could have anyone beat anyone. They literally did that. So they could have, if you have a story from Medusa's standpoint, you can have Medusa beat anybody and have it not sound like absolute bullshit. It still sounds like absolute bullshit because I can see that they made the regalia simply to justify allowing anything to do anything, so none of the stories have to actually play out logically, right? And so that's still worthy of criticism, right? Though all the nonsense in, like, Extella Link and all this stuff, it's bullshit. Like, the stories are so bullshit, and they have all these convoluted, like, justifications under the hood to try to justify why these things happen, but they're just excuses, right? They're just reasons to tell the story that they wanted to tell in the first place, right? It's not like it's a natural, logical, sensible thing. It's still bad storytelling when you it's like Aries talked about this before, and I really agree with this, that Gil's cool and everything, but they use him all the time, and that results in some of the stupidest stories ever, right? Because they're deciding on using this crazy broken OP nonsense thing, and then because the story, they've got these constraints where they're like, oh, we gotta have the good guy win, we gotta have the love story win, we gotta have whatever popular, you know, they have these, like, they have determined, like, the plot needs to unfold as ABC, and then they try to slap fucking, you know, a atomic bomb in it and still have it work as a typical ABC. You can't do that! That's dumb storytelling, right? If you want your story to be very ABC and, like, unfold in a certain way, you need to pick characters that are going to allow it to naturally unfold that way, where they don't do that and they pick stupid shit that will not allow it to unfold that way, and then they just contrive some of the dumbest shit. I love Fate, I really do, and they have really cool characters, and Nasu writes fantastic characters, but oh my god, throughout their Nasuverse, they have some of the worst instances of like natural storytelling. It is so contrived. I don't have a big enough like deface emote to like express like how absurd it can get, right? Their like under the hood justifications for things can get so stupid and convoluted. It's like for instance, they wanted Scath and Fate Extra. They wanted Scath and Fate Extra because she's popular and blah 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 blah, and like people have seen her in FGO, so they want to see her in other things, right? There is no logical way to get Scath into Fate Extra. It does not make any sense. It is so counter to what that character is about. Fundamentally, it's really stupid. And a few of you probably know where I'm going with this. The explanation that they gave for why she exists in Fate Extra is so stupid that it's just mind-blowing. It's like, so yeah, Scath is, yeah, she's still dead in the Lane of Shadows, but she's summonable because the moon cell, and unlike Earth, it has the perception of what humanity thinks of Scath. Are they gone? I think they're gone. We can stop bullshitting. Like, it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, literally, the moon cell summons a servant that is the perception of what humans think of the actual person. It's like, it's just stupid. Like, that's so dumb. Like, it's literally, yeah, we just wanted Scath in the game, so we just put her in the game. See, that's a lot less dumb than the other thing, right? Fate is just so bad about these kinds of things. So here, for an example, if you wanted big titty waifu to be Lostbelt King and to be threatening, if you're gonna do that, you should pick something that at least makes sense, right? Like pick, you know, like for God's sakes, the Nobu would have made way more sense. Like, fucking Christ, that would have made so much more sense. But no, I've already used Nobu like 80 times in a million other throwaway events that don't mean anything. But like, that would be so much more believable if you have someone as famous as Nobu at least being selected to be in the Lostbelt and blah 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 blah, and like that's so much better, right? And there's so many, and like you got various emperors and other things that are big name enough, right? That it would work better, right? But no, we gotta use some like super niche, random, you know, bullshit thing, and like, oh yeah, nope, we're gonna contrive the whole story around this thing and say they're super OP because we wanna, and then we're not even gonna use the character for God's sakes, and then Tree, by the way, like, seriously, I was not impressed with the storytelling of Lostbelt 5.5. Like, it was not great. Some of the character moments were cool, and some of the characters were cool, but it was not good. I really stand by this. I think it was pretty bad. I cannot believe George took that little damage. What the hell? But yeah, it's like, Fate and FGO especially, a lot of times they do things for sales, or like, oh, well, we can't use this character because we've already used them a lot and we gotta like spread out the screen time, and so they do something that just doesn't make any sense. So, like, for example, let's say a long time ago, the writer that wrote Lostbelt 5.5, they kind of decided on certain groundwork for like kind of what the story was going to be, and like it was right up the alley and era and everything where it made total sense for Nobu to be the Lostbelt King. They still wouldn't have made Nobu the Lostbelt King. It doesn't matter how much sense it would have made, because he'd already used her in other events and blah 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 blah. They're just gonna control. Oh no! In this timeline, Nobu slipped on a banana, and you know, it's like it literally the justification doesn't matter. Fate does this all the time. The justification literally doesn't matter. They would have just said anything. Like they'll tailor the excuse to whatever they can. If they're like, yep, we're going to use Nobu, they're going to use Nobu even if it makes no sense, and they're going to like force some bullshit reason and just make it up. And if they don't want to use Nobu, and it would have made sense to use Nobu, they're just going to make up some bullshit to not use it, right? So it's very arbitrary, right? Which is why whenever they do stuff like that, I'm kind of like, ugh, right? I don't like that kind of storytelling. And unfortunately, you know, Fate, or just the Nasuverse really is really bad at doing dumb shit like that, where you know, it's very cart before the horse, which, you know, to me is very unnatural feeling, and it, you know, I prefer things to make at least internal logic. Doesn't have to make, you know, logical sense in the real world, but needs to have internal logic. But honestly, a lot of that comes down to, you know, because it's a gacha game, and money, and blah, blah, blah. You know, that's where the artistic integrity goes out the window when it gets in the way, right? And so that's a downside to FGO. Like, there's a lot of things I like about FGO, and it's got a lot of cool characters out of it, a lot of good voice acting. And my god, sometimes the writing for, like, what the characters are about and their motivations and stuff are fantastic. Like, absolutely. But, you know, because it's a gacha and a mobile game and Aniplex and all these other things, you also definitely get a degree of, bullshit, right? And that's true for a lot of mediums and a lot of stories, you know, they're trying to make a long-running series, right? They're not gonna have, like, the main character die, you know, midway through, right? They're not gonna do that. Yeah, I'll probably wrap up after this stage, because, yeah, it's getting pretty late. Alright, let's, I feel bad, though, because we couldn't really get any value out of Oki here, because I hate stages like this, where you never fight anything. Like, it's like a lot of medium nothings, right? Instead of, like, so there's no point, like, buff stacking, or NP spamming, or anything, right? Like, it's just, stages like this can be really boring. It's okay, though, we're standing on a roof. But yeah, big fan of Gilgamesh. Not a big fan of how they use them in most stories, and I'm just like, if you're gonna use them, it needs to be a setting where it makes sense, where you can have a character like that running around, and like Fate Zero worked. I thought Fate Zero worked very well for Gil, right? And they could highlight like what his character was about very well, and like, you know, the way he views people and everything was like a very good way to kind of like give an outside perspective on like the morality and goals and motivations of the other characters and everything. That works very well, right? But oh my god, that's not how, you know, he ends up being used in most stories. And a lot of times I feel like they use Gil just because he's popular, right? And not because he makes sense to use. And I like Gil, and I'm happy if Gil gets good characterization and everything, but that's the whole point. I'd rather Gil not be used at all than be used badly. And I feel like he gets used badly a lot. He's used okay in CCC, but like even there it's a bit silly because like they did a lot of stuff to kind of, you know, make him not OP until the end and stuff like that. But I mean that worked better. So one reason it's better in CCC is because he's a protagonist, and because he's a protagonist, it's okay for them like to just, you know, like at the end how he like completely breaks the rules with the reverse side of the world and nonsense, right? Like, you know, that's believable because what we've seen Gil do, and him being a protagonist that doesn't ruin the story, right? So yeah, it's okay in CCC, but it's mainly because he was a protagonist. If they had used Gil in CCC as an antagonist, it probably would have been terrible. I mean, it depends, but I think honestly that's a huge problem with Extra and CCC is they picked some kind of weak main characters and some really OP antagonists, and it makes some of the fights just unbelievable. Like Tam beating Gwen is bullshit. Like that's so impossible. Like that, it's just nonsense, right? You know, Emiya for Fate Extra, Emiya is probably the best main character for like it being believable, right? Because at least he has a lot of variety in his abilities and everything. And I would say between Nero, Tam, and Nameless. Nameless is the strongest, lore-wise. Like by a pretty sizable amount, I would say, honestly. So, you know, like, when he fights Robin and everything, it's not complete bullshit. It's still a little, some of the stuff is still kind of bullshit, but it's alright. Where, like Nero versus Gwen and Tam versus Gwen and it's so hard to buy that, right? Now, gameplay-wise, it's fine, you know, video games, and, you know, that's whatever, but when the story tries to, like, you know, make it believable, it's, you know, it's kind of just nonsense. But yeah, CCC kind of works because Gil is so overpowered, you can kind of buy him beating a lot of things that he beats, where, you know, again with Tam, it's a kind of nonsense. And real quick, so I talked about this a few streams ago, how there is like that, in FGO, there's that real disconnect between gameplay and story and everything. And a good example of that is the event on NA. I'm surely someone has seen this as well. Like on NA, in the story, you know, it's like these 2v2s and, you know, you're using, what is it, Booty Lancer and Quetz or whatever. But then in gameplay, that's not what you're using. But you can't even bring everything. It's not like you have a team that has those two on it and a bunch of other people. It's like you literally use any two servants right? And so it's like there's such a disconnect there, and for a lot of video games that's fine. Like, and FGO has actually gotten better about that, I would say, where they don't even try to justify it half the time anyway. When it gets bad is when they try to justify it, right, and try to explain it, because it just doesn't work and it gets stupid. But yeah, on the event on NA, right, there's such a disconnect between the gameplay and the story, and then to a degree that exists, I would say, in Extra as well. It's just different because, you know, the same combatants are there, but the outcomes really don't make sense. Like, they really don't. Solo practice, yeah. Okay, boys. I think we'll wrap up there. We didn't really do any of the major boss fights yet, but the beginning of Lostbelt 5-1 is pretty slow. But I always say 5-1 is, you know, a far cry from Part 2, right? It's something special, but it does get better. It does get some good bosses here and there. Like Poseidon's good, Chiron's good. You know, 1 or 2 fights with Cerberus would have been okay, but we did like a million. And then the fight with Charlotte later on is fine. Like, there's some good fights here. But yeah, it's more backloaded like a lot of the other stories. I should probably rate somebody real quick here. Oh yeah, one more time, we'll post the poll for the Lostbelt King there, if people want to vote on their favorite Lostbelt King. And then, alright, let's rate somebody. This stream got really off the rails, but that's kind of what happens when the story is slower and, you know, nothing's going on, so... Not a lot of people playing FGO right now. Oh, here, Infinity Biscuit. That's such a good name. We'll rate him. Haven't done that in a while. Alright, boys. I will see you all later. No bonus stream tonight because it's too late, but I'll try to do that tomorrow. Try not to go off the rails too much next time. Peace!